stories every day, but this one carries the weight of every woman that ever fought.
I tell stories every day, but some stories hit closer to home.
My mom beat breast cancer twice. So yeah, this lens, it tells her story too.
Early detection saves life, and silence is no more an option.
To the women who light up our stories with your strength, we honor you.
Breast is good. Let's protect it.
This is not just an event, it's a movement. Every ribbon, every voice, and every step counts.
Every budget, every coin, we back the cause because fighting breast cancer is worth every investment.
To every fighter, every loved one, every survivor, we see you, we walk with you, we stand beside you.
This October, we are not just raising awareness, we are showing up together. Get your pink on, join the fight.
I am therefore inviting you to join us at the AMA Gardens in Accra Central near the Tema Station on the 31st of October 2025, 10 a.m. prompt. Come and let's have our breast screened as you enjoy free general health screening and good music. Let's give hope to breast cancer patients. Get your pink on. Join the fight.
Twerk your body, twerk your body, Hollywood, down, twerk your body, twerk your Akoye mama, awedi akoye fada, kofre jani moda, misi akoyo. Part 1 poni ona part 2 dia ya ho. Arodi baji si anu, ajapadi anu bro. Ami huso.
With a huge unreasonable debt at ECG. ECG, you were board chairman. You were board chairman. You know how much debt you left. You yourself have admitted it on the floor during debates about how bad the situation at ECG was when you assumed leadership there as board chairman, and efforts that you also tried to make to address that situation. At the time you were leaving office, you hadn't fixed it. The debts are still lying there. Who's going to pay for those debts? Who is going to pay for those debts? You stopped them in 2024. You stopped PURC from adjusting tariffs because you are afraid of its implications on you for elections. The records are there. You stopped them. He is not denying it. You stopped them from adjusting tariffs in 2024.
Now let's go to management issues. And head office, expenditure in excess of approved budget. It's extremely worrying. Now, before I refer you to the Attorney General for prosecution, let's go through some of these items. There were 13 items in your budget that you exceeded without any approval of the board. So let's go through these. You said you have foreign training of 31 million, but you spent 91 million. Why? And who approved that?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We will not try to justify the infractions. We accept that we overstepped our boundaries. I think the most important thing is that we have put in place measures to control expenditure, to make sure that we stay within the budget.
You are the CEO, right?
Yes, sir.
This happened in 2023.
Yes.
This happened in 2023. And just like Honorable Abnao Siasari said, is the way that you guys spend money at ECG. Another one, you said cleaning expenses. 2.8 million, that was your budget. But ECG spent 10.4. How many suits did you clean for that? Now, honorarium expenses, 3.8, but you spent 4.6. Hotel expenses, 9.3 million was your budget, but you spent 9.3 million was your budget, but you spent 12.2. Staff fuel. Hey, did they drive around the world? Budget was 2.8, and you spent 3.6 million. Communication expenses, ECG. Their budget was 4.2, but you spent 7.9 million. Consultancy, budget was 40 million, but you spent 58.6 million. All these you did it on your own without even board approval. Industrial relations, your budget was 2 million, but you spent 13 million. Stakeholders' expenses, your budget was 3.1 million, and you spent 49 million. And you want to increase our tariffs. Publicity, your budget was 5.7, and you spent 21.8 million. Professional fees and subscription, you were supposed to spend 731,000 cedis, and you spent 1.5 million. Overseas travel expenses, you were supposed to spend 14 million, and you spent 29.8 million. Call center expenses, you were supposed to spend 23.5 million, you spent 29.3 million. So budget approval was for 144 million, you spent 333 million. That's excess of 189.2 million. This shows financial indiscipline. And the recommendation over here is that sanctions under Section 96 of the Public Financial Management Act 216, Act 921, should be applied to the officers involved. We also urge management to efficiently monitor and control the company's expenses. CEO, those managers who were involved, I'm recommending that they need to face the Attorney General for prosecution. It's just simple and short. Now let's go to management issues. And head office, expenditure in excess of approved budget. It's extremely worrying. Now, before I refer you to the Attorney General for prosecution, let's go through some of these items. There were 13 items in your budget that you exceeded without any approval of the board. So let's go through these. You said you have foreign training of 31 million, but you spent 91 million. Why? And who approved that?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. We will not try to justify the infractions. We accept that we overstepped our boundaries. I think the most important thing is that we have put in place measures to control expenditure, to make sure that we stay within the budget.
You are the CEO, right?
Yes, sir.
This happened in 2023.
Yes.
This happened in 2023. And just like Honorable Abunao Siasari said, it's the way that you guys spend money at ECG. Another one, you said cleaning expenses. 2.8 million, that was your budget. But ECG spent 10.4. How many suits did you clean for that? Now, honorarium expenses, 3.8, but you spent 4.6. Hotel expenses, 9.3 million was your budget, but you spent 12.2. Staff fuel. Hey, did they drive around the world? Budget was 2.8, and you spent 3.6 million. Communication expenses, ECG. Their budget was 4.2, but you spent 7.9 million. Consultancy, budget was 40 million, but you spent 58.6 million. All these you did it on your own without even board approval. Industrial relations, your budget was 2 million, but you spent 13 million. Stakeholders' expenses, your budget was 3.1 million, and you spent 49 million. And you want to increase our tariffs. Publicity, your budget was 5.7, and you spent 21.8 million. Professional fees and subscription, you are supposed to spend 731,000 cedis, and you spent 1.5 million. Overseas travel expenses, you are supposed to spend 14 million, and you spent 29.8 million. Call center expenses, you are supposed to spend 23.5 million, you spent 29.3 million. So budget approval was for 144 million, you spent 333 million. That's excess of 189.2 million. This shows financial indiscipline. And the recommendation over here is that sanctions under Section 96 of the Public Financial Management Act 216, Act 921, should be applied to the officers involved. We also urge management to efficiently monitor and control the company's expenses. CEO, those managers who were involved, I'm recommending that they need to face the Attorney General for prosecution. It's just simple and short. You spend all this and you want to come and increase our tariffs. You yati. Now let's go to the next one. This is an unremitted withholding tax of 70.9 million. What has happened to this amount? By the way, auditors, note about sending them for prosecution, and clerk, keep us informed on it also. What about withholding tax of 70 million?
Madam Chairperson,
Subsequent to the audit finding, ECG has paid in 5 installments 35,934,131.49 of the amount not remitted.
Sir, what is the law on withholding of taxes? What is the law? When you withhold taxes, how long should you have in your account before you pay to Ghana Revenue Authority?
I think 14 days.
14 days?
Yes.
And now we have 70.9 million. You say, how much have you paid?
35.9 million.
I think this is another one for Attorney General to deal with you. So, clerk and then our auditors, let's make sure they face the Attorney General on that one. Let's move on to the next one, please. Paragraph 158.
He said,
Honorable Enim, you may want to take paragraph 158.
Thank you, Chair. So this infraction has to do with underpayments of revenue collected to SOEs and IPPs to the tune of 1,292,171,000. So the auditors reviewed the cash waterfall mechanism report and noted that ECG declared total revenue of 8,637,759, but paid only 7,345,588,000 to the various state-owned enterprises and independent power producing companies, leaving a balance of 1,292,171 undisbursed. So the auditors recommended to management to desist from this practice and ensure that revenue collected are distributed equitably based on the revised cash waterfall mechanism model. And they also further recommended that the head of ECG should be held liable for the remaining balance of 1,292,000. MD, can you tell us what has happened to the situation? What has happened to the amount? What has happened to the officer in question?
Madam Chair, I can say that from February 2025, ECG has not withheld a parcel out of the allocation from the cash waterfall. We have paid all. So, okay. Madam Chair, I can say that from February this year, when I took over, we have paid every parcel we collected into the collection account, and the cash waterfall mechanism committee allocates the funds. The allocation is approved by the Energy Security Committee, chaired by the Chief of Staff, and we have paid all the allocations made to each entity. So we have complied fully with the cash waterfall mechanism. Okay.
That's the first aspect of the recommendation. The second aspect, what has happened to the 1.2 billion?
We're still carrying that as debt, outstanding debt.
MD, I think I will leave it with Chair to give his ruling, because 1.2 billion is such a huge 1.29, almost 1.3 billion. So, Chair, we are in your hands.
What happened to this amount? This 1.29 billion. What happened to that amount?
Madam Chair, ECG used it. But we're not saying that withholding it is justified, but ECG used it.
Use it for what? Wasn't that supposed to be shared with the SOEs and IPPs?
Madam Chair, the power we buy, if ECG were operating 100% efficient, no losses, the power we buy is still higher than our revenue. The cost of the power is still higher than our revenue. So I can say that even now that we are complying with the cash waterfall mechanism, we are not able to pay for the full cost of the power.
I can understand that. That you are buying ECG higher than you are selling to us. I can understand that. But if you should use the resources for anything other than what the law stipulates, do you just do it on your own or you ask for permission?
That's exactly why we have decided full compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism. So the decision is not made by ECG whether to pay or not to pay. We are complying.
So, respectfully, can you tell us what the 1.292 billion was spent on? Because you said ECG used it. So can you tell us exactly what the 1.292 billion was spent on?
Madam Chair, some of them were used to pay our contractors. Some of them were used to pay for liquid fuel, buying liquid fuel for generation, and other creditors.
Buying liquid fuel for generation?
For power generation.
But I know Ministry of Finance was also paying for liquid fuel for power generation.
Not always. ECG pays sometimes.
Yes, but Ministry of Finance also paid some.
Yes.
And so when you are saying you used part to buy fuel, you used part to also do, you said something?
Pay contractors.
Pay contractors. Contractors that were on your procurement plan for the particular year?
Yes, madam.
So then if you have contractors that you had to pay in a particular year and you didn't have funds, you are saying, you are confirming to all and sundry that the contractors you paid were on your procurement plan for the year 2023, yet you did not have money. But what does the law say? That you don't spend monies that you don't have. So that if you are supposed to pay contractors, as you claim that they were on your procurement plan for the year 2023, and you did not have money, why did you dip your hand into the cash waterfall mechanism that is specifically supposed to be used to pay the IPPs and other firms in that space, and then you used it to pay contractors? Clearly, you have flouted the law.
Yes,
so,
madam.
when the auditors came, why did you not show them all the expenditure you had made on the 1.29 billion? Because the auditors are saying that they did not have a view of that. And so we should find out from management.
Madam Chair, we did. We provided the supporting evidence to them.
Auditors,
Subsequent to the audit.
subsequent to the audits, yes, and not when they were there. So auditors, can you confirm whether some were used to...
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that these people have not been paid their money. What measures is the minister putting in place to pay them their money so that they can bring back their service? Mr. Speaker, this is my question to him.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, he's saying this is the biggest platform you can have. So
Mr. Speaker, I agree.
Yes.
I will take up the challenge.
Yes.
So hear me. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, Ghana government signed an agreement with a company called Lightwave. Mr. Speaker, the contract sum was $100 million to connect 950 health facilities in the whole country. And the contract was supposed to expire in 2022. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the contract was extended twice to expire on the 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the 2024, out of the 950 facilities, only 450 had been connected. Out of the $100 million, $77 million had been paid. More than 77%. Meanwhile, less than 50% of the job had been done. Mr. Speaker, as part of the contract, it was supposed to be divided into what we call milestones. And so at the end of each milestone, the infrastructure and everything must be handed over to the states. Mr. Speaker, it is unconscionable for any government appointee to sign an electronic agreement that an individual will be hosting our data and the state will not have access to our data and the state will not have access to our service, our health data. Mr. Speaker, this is what we inherited. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the 2024 when we took office, in 2025, the contract had expired. And so the issue of the government has come to terminate any contract doesn't arise, Mr. Speaker, because the contract actually expired on 31st December 2024. So there was no issue of termination. Mr. Speaker, when we took office, as part of the contract, we said, hand over whatever you have done to the state. And before we sit to take delivery of whatever has been done, we needed as a ministry, as a government, to know whatever we were inheriting. As a forensic audit was conducted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of the forensic audit, what we realized was that the software, the hardware, the infrastructure alone, there were gaps. For example, it was stated in the agreement that supply HP laptops. You go to the facilities and a different brand has been supplied. Supply 20 and you go to the grounds and less than 20 has been supplied. So there were issues of quality and there were issues of quantity. Gaps. Mr. Speaker, the gaps alone, when analyzed, was over $18 million for the hardware. That was the gaps. Mr. Speaker, it will interest you to know that in the next milestone, Ghana government paid more than $10 million to the vendor. And he was supposed to connect about 157 facilities. The Speaker, guess what? Only 7 was verified. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mr. Speaker, after all this, we said that, look, because we don't need any disruptions, we were ready to sign another agreement because there was no agreement, there was no contract. Because of the software, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't also make sense for the country's data, the software, to be owned by an individual. So we are ready. Let's sign a license renewal agreement for 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the vendor indicated that in the agreement he doesn't want to hear anything about data. Yes. Mr. Speaker, the vendor again indicated that we should write as part of the contract that we, the ministry, have verified 461 instead of 450. Mr. Speaker, there and then, as ministry, we had to put our heads together to find solution to the matter than lamenting. Mr. Speaker, so, honorable members, the good news is that I've shared with you the challenges we have inherited, where the medical records, the electronic medical records, was being hosted by an individual, where the country didn't have access to our service. But at the moment, Mr. Speaker, we have the solution and we are rolling out in the whole country. We have a 4-week plan. In the first 1 week, next week, we are rolling more than 100 facilities. The 3rd week, more than 100 facilities. And, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, with the shortest possible time, we'll get all these 450 facilities covered. Mr. Speaker, what this vendor was doing to the state was that as and when he demands what, then you switch the thing off. And Mr. Speaker, for your information, the data, the server doesn't even sit in Ghana. It's far away in India. Yes, far away in India. Mr. Speaker, we are religiously guided by this contract and we'll put in place the necessary solutions so that we'll prevent the reoccurrence of the mess we have inherited Mr. Speaker, tomorrow...
The opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Honorable Forson, asking for the backbenchers day. And Mr. Speaker, to remind...
Government is broke, government is broke. But people are spending billions to go inside the government that is broke. Have you ever seen a minister who resigned because government is broke before? Government has no money. Have you ever seen a governor who said, ladies and gentlemen, when I was elected, I thought the government had money. Now I discover government has no money, I resign. Have you ever seen it? Government has no money, but they are bringing money out at election time. Where is that money coming from? So they are lying. What is happening is that there are two types of wicked people in government. Type 1, they eat current money. Any money they find in government, they will eat it. They are wicked about that one. There is type 2. Type 2, they eat current money and future money. They will say, my term will end next year. When I leave, how will I eat money? Let me borrow money now and borrow money of the future and eat it now.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining the show. This is Good Morning Ghana on Metro Television. My name is Audu Morris. Always a pleasure to come your way. It's a beautiful Friday morning, and indeed we're glad we're still alive and kicking. We're very, very grateful to the Almighty God, the Almighty Allah, for keeping us alive and safe and kicking, and for giving us the rare privilege of returning here to join the nation's conversation on the big issues that are making the rounds in our dear country, Ghana. Sorry about that. My name once again is Audu Morris, and I'll go straight ahead and look at what the newspapers are reporting this morning. But I would want to once again remind you, as I do every Friday when I come here, which is that today is Friday, and as Muslims, Fridays are very, very important days for us. And so I say, Jummah Mubarak, and let's meet at the mosque. If you can't come early, at least 12:30 is fine, so that you can listen to the khutbah and listen to the sermon by the Imam. We need that khutbah to continue us to whip us into line so we can live righteous lives. So Daily Graphic is what I'll start with as always. And Daily Graphic this morning says that Ghana, France deepen bond, and it has the picture of the president and that of the president of France. That's Macron, Emmanuel Macron. And there's also Dr. Elombi takes over as Afrexim's 4th president, pledges to deepen impact, strengthening partnership. OSP to prosecute Ofori-Atta, 5 others over SML deal. The Ghanaian Times this morning says 1.3 million metric tons paddy rice locked up for lack of market. Now, Grunvo SHS old students reaffirm support for alma mater. Irate youth attack in Swayam police station closed down. 19 on it at Ghana Governance Awards, and there's Ghana requires estimated 562 billion cedis financing to implement energy transition, and that's with the Ghanaian Times today. The Daily Guide says that a soldier arrested for assaulting pharmacist customer. NDC supermajority MPs absent, minority. NSA ghost name scandal. SCB slapped with 800 million cedis bail. Ofori-Atta, 5 others face OSP charges. Bahama Macron talk maritime security. The Insight. Good news for cancer patients. Good news for cancer patients as Morgan & Sons Virus Paksha Organics joined forces to establish new cancer treatment center in Ghana. And as Adan Citizens Forum calls for probing to DC's alleged neglect of official bungalow, OSP chases Ofori-Atta, 5 others over controversial SML GRA contract. Helena Mensah steps forward as a trusted hand for Ashanti MPP Treasury position. Court issues bench warrants for the arrest of 10 suspected sand winners over alleged destruction of 2021 Accra Best Farmers crops. Putin's Russia test unstoppable underwater weapon that can cause radioactive tsunamis. The Herald. Government probes Kwabena Dufour's Heath Goldfields over breaches at the Bogosu Prestia mine and for $75 million investment claim. OSP labels 1.5 billion cedis SML contractors contrived scheme built on falsehood. Forgery hits buffer stock, boss and wives 150 million cedis criminal case, and there's new snake managers rule out sale of hotels as Labadi Beach rakes in 16 million cedis dividend. And there's a health minister fires back at rented agent Okoboy over defense of $100 million deal. Well, Okoboy will be here this morning, so we'll find out how he reacts to this this story. The Daily Statesman says the Lands Commission cracks down on ground rent defaulters. Private waste operators threaten shutdown over unpaid arrears. Newmont officially opens Ahafo North mine. There's a SNIT access surge to 25 billion cedis. DG attributes growth to robust stock market, improved collections, and then strategic investments. Lightwave denies withholding Ghana's health data. The Ghanaian publisher, Ghana fronts strengthening ties at Paris Peace Forum. Galamsey extortion, minority demands dismissal of Brim Central MCE. Lightwave saga, Okoboy exposes Akando's lies, and there's a Bagbing warns truant MPs. The custodian, fearless, fair, and reliable. It says MPP validates Northeast Delegate album. Sack Brim Central MCE over Galamsey deals. Minority to Mahama. Okoboy refutes Akando's claims on Lightwave e-health contract. Agric Minister praises women in cocoa farming, agribusiness. There's Mahama rejects RTI request on ex gratia. The Daily Post. The four-year term is insufficient if we're truly to change the trajectory of our development. Shamima. Mahama and Macron hold extensive bilateral talks in Paris. And there's NSA scandal. Says to be granted 800 million cedis bail. Pleads not guilty to charges. OSP to prosecute former finance minister, 5 others over SML contract scandal. The Catholic Standard. Ghana's Catholic Church has a bright future. Cardinal Napier. And there's Archbishop Palmer Bako calls for renewed faith. Cape Coast Archbishop urges Catholics to let their light shine as Ghana marks historic church jubilee. Cape Coast Archdiocese climaxes double jubilee celebration. And there's Ghana's Catholic. Okay, I've looked at that already. So think pink beyond October. Breast cancer awareness must continue all year round. It actually ends today, doesn't it? Yeah. That's how fast time flies, isn't it? Anyway, so Samuel Ezubonteng called to eternal rest. And there's also an editorial which says that a jubilee of gratitude, hope, and a renewal. That's the Catholic Standard. I have a few more. So this one here. So let's not look at the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor. And Inquisitor says SML scandal, OSP nails Oforiatta and others. There's also Dr. Sledge in more trouble. Ghana contributes to Global Media Fund. President Mahama. There's Rawlings was a bully from childhood. Fritz Bafuo. Bawumia charms. So now let me go to the Informer. Bawumia charms delegates with unique qualities as West-North chants. It is you we know. Okay. And then there's 2025 Farmers Day in limbo. There's coalition threatening boycott over that's unfair treatment. There's SML GRA deal huge ripoff. OSP declares. Dr. Sledge's woes deepening as OSP tightens news over MIIF cash. Military cages chief of staff's boy over Bema Cam's assault. BNFT 4 billion cedi spent by 470,806 outbound visitors. That's a GSS report. The Accra urges action on scorecard, highlights gender gaps in farming. Experts urge efficiency renewables to tackle $3.1 billion energy sector debt. Let's now go to Metro Lens. Bagbing to broker peace in Russia-Ukraine war. NHIA executives commiserates with the Rawlings' family. There's MPP youth organizer aspiring trains prison inmates to become economically viable after release. And there's fire. GATS newly opened China City Mall in Kumasi. Very, very, very horrible scenes that we've seen. And there's a number of questions to ask about these fire incidents that we keep recording in some of our shopping malls. Will provoke a discussion on that matter today. There's Comfort Foundation gives water to communities. That's with a new weekend crusading guide. There's 125 million cedis SML scandal. OSP moves to prosecute Oforiatta, 6 others, and recovers millions. No building collapse at Roman Ridge Assembly Engineering Council clarify. There's democracy is Africa's necessity, cools our economic death sentence, according to Akufo-Addo. And as Birim Central MCE refutes 15,000 cedis extortion claims. So that's it for the papers that we have today. Stay with us. Keep watching Good Morning Ghana.
Sometimes the unexpected happens and the hero falls down in his own story. But he needs not stay down for long. Cosmopolitan Health Insurance is your trusted health partner. Whether an individual building a business, with Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, your medical care is our concern. For the best health insurance solutions for corporate institutions, groups and associations, families and individuals, choose Cosmopolitan Health Insurance from our over 700 accredited health service providers nationwide. Call us on 0302 540 668 or 0501 678 547 for all your health insurance solutions. Cosmopolitan Health Insurance, your medical care is our concern.
I'm a brand manager. Of course, I accept only quality and affordable printed souvenirs for my promotional campaigns.
I'm the head of academic affairs of a very important institution in Ghana. Of course, we only deal with quality, reliable printing companies for our institution's printing materials. I'm talking about appointed time printing.
Appointed Time Printings. We take pride in our extensive print scope that transform your ideas into captivating visual masterpieces. We delve into the core objectives and vision of each print project. Precision printing is at the heart of our printing process as we meet your tight deadlines. Our rigorous inspection, color verification, and overall printing excellence are assured. 20 years of printing excellence. It's always a pleasure working with you to create a vibrant, dazzling printing experience that gives you a masterpiece. Appointed Time Printing, your world of quality and affordable printing.
Brush, 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 brush your teeth. Brush, 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 2 times a day. Brush with Kel-Kit.
Hello, my friends. My name is Kel-Kit Toothpaste.
Wow.
I was made to be gentle on your gum, but protected. I will protect your teeth from cavity, make your teeth whiter, stronger, keep your mouth fresh all day. And best of all, I'm strawberry flavored. So put on a smile and try me.
That's amazing.
Just try me. That's my job.
If you say so, jump on my brush. Makes your teeth stronger, chicky chicky whiter, chicky chicky stronger. Yay! You did it!
I'm glad you like your new toothpaste. Don't forget to brush both day and night.
Kel-Kit, happy smile.
Oh, Jose, and I'm the SMS. Canini pano, na sana mishiana wademe. A drain I didn't quano. Kingdom Garlic Bitters. No benefiting. Me benefiting wine. Also, what told dear?
Abrewa, the smile, I brent
Mishuve, one antique crana wabre. Num Kingdom Garlic Bitters, and any capsules, Nenya Wadia Brebia.
Kingdom Garlic Bitters, and the capsules. Assembia and you. A devil when Amawani, I'd say. Send your name, wife, complain one personal. Kingdom Ginseng Power Capsules and tea. Say, see, and pass why.
Kingdom Ginseng Power Capsules. Emeni Genia sum diebefi abrebia. Obebia o de poa hauno. Edro bakupa wihiane tremendous capsules. Tremendous capsules. Esiesie wu ma wo ye obesima. Enro yi wu benya bi wo bebia ye ton ro bia. Kingdom Herbal. No challenger.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Obeying later.
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Go be from to be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it with so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey.
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, Mommy, simple direction. Mr. Goodluck no check me well.
Yeah,
man. Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
I'm his birthday.
Oh, how romantic!
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
I'm quick. Pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like 7.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment? Before December, may release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Victory, celebration, legacy. It's 40 years of Jesus is our victory. Join Victory Bible Church International for the Wonderful Jesus Conference 2025. A power-packed celebration marking 40 glorious years of God's faith and God's grace. It all begins on Saturday, 12th October with the Mega Praise and Worship Night, a night of pure gratitude and praise. Then get ready for the Wonder Walk on October 25th, a citywide walk of testimony and victory. From October 27th to the 30th of October, the Wonderful Jesus Conference continues live at the VBCI Dominion Sanctuary, Awoshi Junction. Expect nothing but divine encounters, miracles, and transformation. On October 31st, meet us at the Independence Square for a nationwide gathering of worship, power, and the Word. Then on November 1st, join the outreach program at Mancho Agbona. Then let's touch lives and share the love of Jesus Christ. And finally, the grand service at the Independence Square on November 2nd. Come and witness the glory of 40 years of victory. Ministering are Bishop N.A. Takiyaboy, Bishop Clement Amankwa Isehine, Bishop Elijah Saforo, and Bishop Emmanuel Akon. Wonderful Jesus Conference 2025. 40 years of grace, power, and impact. From the 12th of October to the 2nd of November. Victory Bible Church International invites you to celebrate Jesus because Jesus is our victory.
Radicana China more. Put me in your way, I said to me. Put me in your way, I said to me. Fire service, almost there. Almost 30 minutes as one hour. You put me in your way. I'm not fire service. I'm not fire service. No, fire service. Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you. Oh, Gardina Copo. Fire service, they are almost 1 hour.
Okay, it's a China City Mall. I want air fantastic roundabout, but no kind of some local say. It just to me, Atoma, airship prepare our Hasino. Into the old winner, a China City Mall, China City Mall, China City Mall, I want air, what no kind of some. And it just to airship prepare our Hasino.
Radicana China more. Put me in your way, I said to me. Put me in your way, I said to me. Fire service, almost there. Almost 30 minutes as one hour. You put me in your way. I'm not fire service. I'm not fire service. No, fire service. Yeah, I'm not trying to rush you. Oh, Gardina Copo. Fire service, they are almost 1 hour.
Okay, it's a China City Mall. I want air fantastic roundabout, but no kind of some local say. It just to me, Atoma, airship prepare our Hasino. Into the old winner, a China City Mall, China City Mall, China City Mall. I want air, what no kind of some. And it just to airship prepare our Hasino.
Radicana China more. Put me in your way, I said to me. Put me in your way, I said to me. Fire service, almost there. Almost 30 minutes as one hour. You put me in your way. I'm not fire service. I'm not fire service. No, fire service. Brady Ghana.
China more.
Put him in your hair. I said to me. Put him in your hair. I said to me. Fair service. Almost there. Almost 30 minutes. I said, "Why not? Put him in your hair." I'm fair service. I'm fair service. I'm fair service. Oh, yeah. I'm a China City nation. Brady Ghana. Fire service. They are almost 1 hour.
Okay, it's China City Mall. I want a fantastic roundabout, but no kind of some no say. It to me atoma air shape prepare our Haseno. It's the only winner a China City Mall, China City Mall, China City Mall. I want a what no kind of some. And it's atoma air shape prepare our Haseno.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is that these people have not been paid their money. What measures is the minister putting in place to pay them their money so that they can bring back their service? Mr. Speaker, this is my question to him.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, he's saying this is the biggest platform you can have. So
Mr. Speaker, I agree. I will take up the challenge.
Yes.
So hear me. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, Ghana government signed an agreement with a company called Lightwave. Mr. Speaker, the contract sum was $100 million to connect 950 health facilities in the whole country. And the contract was supposed to expire in 2022. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the contract was extended twice to expire on the 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the 2024, out of the 950 facilities, only 450 had been connected. Out of the $100 million, $77 million had been paid. More than 77%. Meanwhile, less than 50% of the job had been done. Mr. Speaker, as part of the contract, it was supposed to be divided into what we call milestones. And so at the end of each milestone, the infrastructure and everything must be handed over to the states. Mr. Speaker, it is unconscionable for any government appointee to sign an electronic agreement that an individual will be hosting our data and the state will not have access to our data and the state will not have access to our service. Our health data. Mr. Speaker, this is what we inherited. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the 2024 when we took office, in 2025, the contract had expired. And so the issue of the government has come to terminate any contract doesn't arise, Mr. Speaker, because the contract actually expired on 31st December 2024. So there was no issue of termination. Mr. Speaker, when we took office, as part of the contract, we said, hand over whatever you have done to the state. And before we sit to take delivery of whatever has been done, we needed as a ministry, as a government, to know whatever we were inheriting. As a forensic audit was conducted, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of the forensic audit, what we realized was that the software, the hardware, the infrastructure alone, there were gaps. For example, it was stated in the agreement that supply HP laptops. You go to the facilities and a different brand has been supplied. Supply 20 and you go to the grounds and less than 20 has been supplied. So there were issues of quality and there were issues of quantity. Gaps. Mr. Speaker, the gaps alone when analyzed.
All right, so you're still watching Good Morning Ghana on Metro Television. My name is Awudu Moro. Now this show is also live on 94.1 FM. That's on your radio dial. So if you can't watch us on TV, please listen to us on radio, 94.1 FM. So please tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. So you notice that we always put it up on your screens, just remind you that you now have an alternative, which is your radio. 94.1 FM, your radio dial. So my guest is seated, and he's not a stranger to the show at all. He's a medical doctor. He's a politician. At some point during the 7th Parliament, he represented very dutifully and gracefully the people of Lejo Kuku, and in fact, and proudly as well, the people of Lejo Kuku. And at some point, he was the board chair of the Korle Bu Teaching Hospital, and then at some point, he also became the NHIA Chief Executive Officer. And then at the dying embers of the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration, he was made the health minister. In fact, it was an appointment which some people felt would have come a long time ago, because he had proven beyond reasonable doubt that he had what it took to become the health minister. But they say better late than ever, and he was made a health minister for a few months before the expiration of that particular regime. He's a regular on the show, but of course, they say sometimes man has to go into hiding small, and so from time to time he joins us on the show. I'm talking about the man, Dr. Bernard Oko-Boye. Now, those of you who like to say Bernard, it's not Bernard, it's Bernard. That's how it is pronounced, yes. Bernard Oko-Boye. The last time I checked, he's also, you can credit him as the author of about 2 books. And the last time he came, he said he was working on the 3rd one or so, except that he hasn't given me my copy yet. So maybe this morning I'll ask him for my copy. And so I'm talking about then I'm Dr. Bernard Oko-Boye. Anyomi?
Manche.
Good okay.
By His grace. Good to see you. Good to see Charlie. You know, in opposition, you have to be strategic with your appearances. Yeah, usually just being in opposition can make you a little bit depressed.
Why?
So sometimes.
But you're busy, man.
You have to.
You are a regular at LECMA.
Absolutely.
You are still, even though you're not an MP, you are still serving the people of Lejo Kuku in your own small way. And you cannot be depressed. No, you're a very busy guy.
You can be so excited, everything is fine, and sometimes it's like a flash. For some 2 minutes, remember that Charlie, Felix and his people have taken the thing. Then your mood changes, and then you come back. But it's all well and good. You know, when you are in this kind of public, how do you call it, administration or work, especially politics.
Right.
It's important from the word go to know that you would not always be in office. There are occasions when you exit office. And I think it's for a good reason. You get opportunity to reflect, and then you get opportunity to also participate in, how do you call it, checkmating your colleagues, which is also an important skill you need.
Right.
So I like to say a very good morning to all your viewers, and it's always an opportunity and a privilege to be on this show. Moro, your show is one of the biggest morning shows in the whole of Ghana, if not the biggest.
Thank you.
And I say this through experience. You know, sometimes you go to some Ojemo in some corner in Choco, and someone will see and go like, oh, Kobo, you go like, but you are not in Lechukuku, how do you know my name? So, in Kobo, good morning, Ghana. You find yourself far Upper West, Jerapa. You meet someone, you go like, oh, Doc, how are things? I say, but have you met? You say, oh, no, I always watch you on Metro TV.
Yeah.
You know, you find yourself in Sunyani, you are talking to some nurses on some project. They go like, oh, Doc, we hope you are fine. I'm like, have we met? He said, oh, you are familiar because we always watch you on Metro. So, in fact, Metro is the deal. And I'm not surprised that the man himself, Dr. Abe, ended up being at, what's the name, Cocoa Board.
Right.
If you have the skill to manage this platform, Moro, you're a big man, you can manage Cocoa Board. So,
Dr. Bernard Oko-Boye.
It's a pleasure to be. But before I forget, because of I'm getting a little bit photophobic, where if the light goes into the eye, you know, when light goes into your eye, usually the muscles of the eye contract so that they will close the space.
Okay.
So that too much light doesn't enter the eye.
Right.
If the contraction is too strong, with time you get some little bit of headache.
Okay.
So the best way is to wear a screen, like a glass, so that it will shield the entry of the light. So if along the show, I'll let your guys get me a sunscreen, like sunglasses.
Right.
Respectively. It's because I'm trying to reduce the amount of light.
Right.
So I'm just trying to plead with them. But I'm starting without lights so that they'll know that, I mean, all is well.
Okay. And I'm sure that our lighting technician will sort it out.
No, it's not your fault.
Right.
In the past, sometimes it's also a sign that you are not in your 30s or 40s anymore. Because ideally, the contraction should happen without issues.
Right.
But as you age, sometimes the muscles become a little bit weak.
Okay.
So that's why you have some of these issues. That's why a lot of people who didn't used to wear glasses, with time you see them like wearing. So I'm just trying to give that.
That's fine. Yeah. The thing about you is that you're big on, what I'll call you like to educate a lot of people on health related issues, and it's something that is highly commendable. For you look at platforms as just a platform for debating issues and forcefully articulating your views and things, but you also look at it as a platform to educate people when it comes to.
Well, when you are driving.
Yes.
As you drive, sometimes as you drive, you can sometimes feel like there's water in front of you.
Right.
Only to get realize that there's no water.
Right.
So in physics, they show you how a mirage forms, formation of a mirage. And one of the reasons I like to explain things is that it's always an interesting phenomenon when you understand how things ultimately culminate in something you are seeing or experiencing.
Yeah.
Things that look weird or mystical, if explained by science, is always an interesting phenomenon. So if you are having headache after having light shown in your eyes for some time, it's interesting when you are told that it's because you have muscles that are contracting, and as they contract and relax to save you from having light enter your eyes, in the process you get headache because they get strained. I mean, is that not wonderful?
Right.
I mean that's the foundation. Absolutely.
Right. And I've just seen a video, and of course I've seen something in the video which is not new, because when you walked in here I asked the same question. I said, what is this with this jeans and caterpillar boots?
You see,
what's happening?
Moro, when we were in government,
yes,
you always know that you can wear your suit up and down,
yes,
because you are likely going to sit in an air-conditioned office, be in some meetings and go home to sleep. But in this era now, some people leave their house and later they call them to Yoko, and then they sleep in Yoko to the next day. So these days I'm trying to do jeans and all conditions gears, like
just in case
boots, just in case they ask me to come and sit at. Kojo Chumbawo is watching the show.
Oh my God!
If Kojo decides to make my life because he say, Dr. Kam, I have questions for you. So we are all trying to wear safety gears. So this it's only the top that is for the cameras. That's why I'm wearing white with bow tie. But all the things down, I can play soccer with it, run with it, sleep for a week somewhere with it, and we are good to go. So this opposition gear.
I see. So what brand of boots is this?
Oh, usually I'm not too much into brands.
Okay.
I just try to make sure that what you wear is it's durable and authentic.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are shoes I picked, I'm sure, from somewhere, but it's a very solid shoe. This can do ice, snow, sand, and all conditions.
I see. I see. Have you had any?
And can also do the morning show.
I like that. Have you so far had any invitation from any of the state's investigative institutions, the EOCO, FIC?
Oh, I think the last time
okay,
I was called to NIB.
Okay.
Yes, and they wanted to find out, I think, some things about Sputnik, some of the things that happened during our era, my perspectives on them, what role I had to play. So I cooperated. I mean, it was a And let me commend, there's one gentleman, he's one of the bosses at NIB. He has a northern name.
Okay.
Awudu or something. Oh, his relationship was fantastic. I mean, the reception and everything. I was with them. Even my lawyer delayed. I had to go with the lawyer. And they said, "Oh, are you okay to deal with us without the lawyer?" I said, "Oh, fine, we can go on." We spent some 2 hours. And then later, I went there with my jeans and everything in case I had to sleep there. But fortunately, they said I could go home. So I think so far it's been okay. And let me also say this, that when you hold public office, you have to be accountable.
Right.
So it is not a crime or it's not wrong that the agencies would invite you. The only time we try to raise issues is when the process is becoming prolonged, and in doing that, it looks like you are being handled like someone who's been already convicted.
Okay.
But otherwise, I don't think we should have a problem with people being accountable. There were some appointees in the NDC who, under our time, went through the processes. Some were freed, some were convicted and all that. I mean, it's part of the process. It's just that we have to be fair and be seen to be reasonable. Be seen, because if you are doing something and let's say 80% of the country thinks that, oh, you are giving, your office has the right to call Moro for questioning, but to question Moro for 36 hours is quite unreasonable. If a lot of people feel it's unreasonable, you yourself should think of the process. And I think when we do that, our energies will not be wasted on back and forth on whether something is being done right or wrong. There's an opportunity cost to that. There's a lot of work to be done. My prayer is that Phyllis Dems and the rest of the team would have time to focus on the work so that they can deliver the 24-hour economy.
Okay. All right. So also joining us is the man who speaks for the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, but he also doubles up as the Minister of State in charge of Government Communications, and he's also an MP. I'm talking about Felix Kwakye Ofosu. Good morning.
Good morning, Moro.
Chief, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay. We are going through the motions of governance and ensuring that
the public is excited that at least on Fridays you come here to update them on matters that they may not necessarily have paid attention to. In fact, it's something that really excites them. So they know that if they don't know what's happening at all, Friday once they come.
Well, that is true. It's part of the responsibilities that I have as a minister responsible for government communications, to keep the public informed and let them know exactly what is happening. I mean, there's a passage in the Bible that talks about lighting a candle and putting it under a table. Now, you need to put it on a lampstick, a lamppost, if you like, so that you may shine the light onto the path of those who are coming. So it's one thing to deliver, but it's also another thing to keep the public informed so that they can appreciate what difficulties there are, why the successes you've chalked have come about, and what the benefits of those successes are. Of course, there are many ways of doing that. The issuance of press statements, granting interviews, holding press briefings, like we do the accountability series, where the health minister was this week. Next week, all things being equal, barring any last-minute unforeseen development, the Minister for Agric will appear to update the public on interventions under his ministry. The famous Akobon Ketenkete and its rollout will be addressed, and all other matters relating to the agri sector will be addressed. So appearing here is one more strand to that approach, and I'm more than happy to be available to clarify issues and shed light on happenings in government. Yeah.
How's the constituency? Everything fine?
Oh, by God's grace, it's going well. Okay. We continue to do what we can. And again, I mean, things have picked up. I told you last week about how under the MPP, AAK was starved of critical resources. Indeed, the whole of last year, only 298,000 Ghana cedis was released as common fund. 298,000 Ghana cedis. This year, 6.5 million Ghana cedis has gone to the assembly for the first 2 quarters alone. So because of that, they are undertaking about 6 or 8 significant projects with that kind of money. And it shows you the massive turnaround that has occurred within that period. And I've also often told you about roads and how it had become an issue. There are about 3 or 4 major roads that are on the verge of being constructed because of the interventions that we've made. Abrodunkwa, the district capital, they do not have befitting roads. That is going to be addressed. It's a 6-kilometer stretch that will be addressed. The Abakrampa junction to Abakrampa road. That's my hometown actually. That one too currently is under construction and should be completed in time. The Asebu to Putubiu to Bremso road is about a 12-kilometer stretch that is also being tackled. And then there are other roads too that will be addressed in due course. So in all, things are much better now than they were at the time that we took over. But let me assure my brother Okoboy that we are very focused on delivering on the mandates that the people of Ghana give us. It was an overwhelming mandate. And I'm sure he remembers that on many occasions where we met here before the elections, I used to caution about how things were simply not right in the country. He retained hope that they will be re-elected. But I think he contested for parliament himself. And the results showed clearly that people were unhappy with their government. It was not just the fact that they lost, but the margin by which they lost shows clearly that we were right in the analysis that we carried out in the prelude to the elections, and that they simply didn't govern properly. In government, there are many things that we have. Government does many things, and several people are appointed to several different portfolios. So everybody has their own. So those who have been inviting him and others to Yoko have that as their mandate. That is what they do full time. Whilst they are doing that, it does not preclude me, as government communication minister, for instance, from ensuring the dissemination of government information to the public. It hasn't stopped the finance minister from managing the economy and ensuring that today our currency is in much better position. Overall, it has appreciated 37%. Last year, it depreciated 27%. Year to date, it has appreciated by 37%. Indeed, there's a report that I saw a couple of days ago, which said that this is the first time this has happened since the redenomination of the currency under President Kufuor.
It's a Bloomberg report.
Absolutely. Unprecedented performance. And this has happened even as accountability is being exacted from members of the government that he was part of. So often you hear NPP propaganda say, oh, we should focus on governance and leave those that are being held accountable alone. Clearly, they are missing the point. They are missing the point. You can walk and chew gum. People have responsibilities and they will be carried out. And I can also assure that due process is being followed. In fact, it's one of the reasons why the process has been meticulous. They are the ones who shout that the Attorney General is not moving fast enough. Yeah, the moment the Attorney General clamps down on any of them, hey, our rights have been abused. The fact is that these things are being done fairly, in a manner that does not infringe on anybody's rights. And to the extent that there is evidence to show that there is wrongdoing, due process will be followed. Whatever the case may be, whoever is accused will be given opportunity, as the law requires, to provide responses to any claims made against the person. And if a court finds that his responses are adequate, that they answer the charges leveled against him, he will be made to work. I think that is a clearly established process in our country's history, and there's no reason to worry about that. But as for the accountability, to be exact, and the fact is that some of the things that have been discovered have been mind-boggling. In recent weeks, people have been shocked about what we are discovering. This light wave matter, for instance, that the health, I'm sure we'll go into it, that the health minister.
Yes, it's one of the topics that we're looking at.
It's mind-boggling. The what do you call it? The buffer stock matter is shocking. The national service one, as for that one, it is just mind-blowing. And there's even more to come. I told you about the audit that has been carried out into the arrears that they said we had inherited. When we came, they said we had about 170 billion Ghana cedis of arrears. There's an audit that has been conducted by the Auditor General, and the results are mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. I'm sure that the finance minister will have opportunity going for you to speak to it, maybe in his budget or after that. And it will show that, it was not just that there was corruption. There was general recklessness. You wonder exactly what it was that was leading government to conduct itself in the way that they were conducting themselves. The wanton dissipation of resources. Look, I doubt that there will ever be a government where you won't find one or two instances of wrongdoing on the part of appointees. Unfortunately, it's human nature, so people get involved in these things. But the levels to which it was taken under the previous government and the things that we discovered, in opposition, we could only rely on the information that was available at the time. You in the media used to bombard us daily with allegations of wrongdoing, with instances of corruption, what have you. But what we have found is simply astonishing. So it was as if the national purse was intentionally open wide for people to help themselves to. And everybody was grabbing anything they could lay hands on and getting away with it. Some of the decisions were shocking. So I think that it is something that we can get into. But overall, governance is good. President Mahama currently is in France.
Yeah.
He met the French president yesterday to hold bilateral discussions and explore ways of cooperation between the two countries and how we as a country can benefit from it. From there, he will proceed to Egypt as the guest of the Egyptian president to open the Egyptian National Museum. So he should be back here on 2nd November. Shortly after that, we expect the arrival of the German president to pay a 2-day state visit to Ghana. Official notification will go out very soon on that particular matter. And governance will continue to go on with a view to delivering cutting-edge governance to the people of Ghana.
All right. Felix, I recall when the Big Push initiative was launched, there were some critics who said it was audio money, and that there was just going to be talk and there was never going to be any action because government was so broke. But just yesterday, I saw an update on your Facebook wall, and you were seeking to update us on some developments relative to the Big Push. What is it?
That is true. Indeed, as far back as March, when the finance minister read the maiden budget of this government, he indicated the allocation of 13.9 billion Ghana cedis, roughly equivalent to $1 billion, for the purposes of financing Big Push. And the minister had said that in total, we expect to, over the next 2-3 years, devote about 60 billion Ghana cedis to fixing Ghana's roads. Now, often what has happened is that we have stretched ourselves thin, and done things piecemeal. So we are never really able to resolve one particular problem comprehensively. So this time round, we know that there's a major difficulty with roads. I've highlighted the problems with roads in AAK, for instance. I'm sure it's something that is pervasive and widespread. So we want to devote that kind of resources to fix the roads once and for all. And there are major routes that some of them already exist, but they've deteriorated. Some too have become too narrow and simply unable to accommodate the level of traffic and movement. Some of them too have become death traps. Some of them are just single carriageways. So there's a need to expand them. There's a need to modernize them. Some too, we need to make some interventions in terms of interchanges and what have you. So all of those have been captured. There are some roads that we inherited that, again, were not funded. They said they were on GOG budget, but you know that GOG budget hardly is enough to do anything. So they were not funded and therefore have been bequeathed to us, and we have a responsibility to continue with them. So the Ministry of Roads and Highways yesterday provided an update on where they are with things and indicated that work has already begun. Indeed, last week or so, the president was in Takoradi to cut sod for the 73-kilometer Cape Coast to Takoradi road, which is going to be dualized. The contractor is actually on site and has started working already. About 3 weeks ago or a month ago, the president was in Ho to cut sod for that stretch of the road. The Afenga-Dowenya road too is something that the president has cut sod for. So all these show that work has begun. And one of the problems that we've had is that releases are not timely. So sometimes the roads deteriorate even before the contractors get payment for the extent of work that they've done. So the finance minister has said that this time round he is prepared to pay within 2 weeks of the submission of verified certificates that have been audited and found to be commensurate with the work done on the ground. That within 2 weeks, he's in a position to ensure that payment is done. And in fact, he demonstrated that by releasing $77 million, that's about 800 million Ghana cedis, to the contractor on the, I think, of Anko to Insawom Road. And that kind of money has gone in. So you see that there's significant improvement. A few months ago, it became a major problem when the rains are setting. So that is what it is about. It is not audio money. It is actual money that the finance minister has ring-fenced and is going to use to finance this level of development. So in 2 years, we should see significant, or let's say by the end of the 4 years, we should see significant improvements in roads, major arterial roads. And some towns. So there's also an initiative to construct the roads in about 170 constituencies across Ghana, or 170 districts. Let me put it that way. So every year, each district gets 10 kilometers of road every year. So that's 40 kilometers of road for roads per constituency in the next 4 years, multiplied by 170. So you see the extent of work that will be done to fix. We believe that by the end of this, the issues of dilapidated roads, deteriorated roads, immotorable roads should be behind us. I'm sure there will be more work to be done. There will never be an end to constructing roads, but this will significantly improve the roads and put us in a position where we are able to facilitate the movement of goods and services more rapidly than we are currently able to do.
And all these are GOG funded?
Yes.
We're not borrowing?
No, currently we are not allowed to borrow. We have a borrowing ceiling of $250 million, which will be inadequate to finance the $1 billion or so that is needed for this kind of facility. Thanks to Okoboy and his friends' mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy, the door has been shut in our face in the international financial market. We can't borrow. The IMF too has placed a limit of 250. In fact, they left about 55 projects that require over $1.7 billion to complete. And yeah, we're only able to borrow $250 million. So the money we are using for big push is not borrowing money. Indeed, we went to Parliament to ask that all the proceeds of APFA, the annual budget funding amount that would have gone to the budget, should be allocated to big push. And that is what is being used. So it is monies that we are generating ourselves, not monies that we are going to borrow. And so that also shows that it's possible to limit borrowing, improve the economy, and then ensure that infrastructure is fixed. Contrary to the model that our friends in the MPP believed in, borrowed us into non-existence, left us with over 720 billion Ghana cedis in debt. Currently, thanks to the appreciation of the cedi, that has dropped to about 650 billion or so. And our debt to GDP ratio has also dropped significantly since we took power. So overall, I think that everybody can attest that we've done much better than what we inherited. Yes.
Now, I want us to start with, we've got a number of issues to look at this morning, but there's this story which was carried by today's Daily Guide, which is as a result of an incident that happened yesterday in Kumasi, and we are becoming increasingly worried that for such a state-of-the-art, facility that was built just a few months ago to be gutted in such a horrendous way. I mean, it's something that we thought was mind-boggling, and we felt that there was quite a number of issues to ask. So we'll start with this. So today's Daily Guide is reporting, it says fire guts China City Mall, and J is from JF Joe Ewa in Kumasi. He's reporting that China City Mall, a major retail shopping center located at Santasi Roundabout in Kumasi, has been razed down by fire. The fire reportedly started yesterday afternoon when people were shopping in the facility. According to eyewitnesses' report, shoppers and the attendants at the mall, upon seeing the fire, took to their heels to save their lives. The dangerous inferno destroyed items in the shop valued at millions of Ghana cedis. The exact cause of the fire was not immediately known, but some people at the scene suspected electrical power fluctuation may have sparked the inferno. Now, personnel of the Ghana National Fire Service who were called to the scene managed to douse the fire. The Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly Chief Executive Richard Oforiagimai Buedi, aka Zuba, also rushed to the scene to console the owners of the facility. The cause of the fire was being investigated by the GNFS, which is the Ghana National Fire Service, when the story was being filed. And we've seen it. I mean, as you can see in your shots, it was such a massive incident that happened yesterday. I don't know in terms of how much this is going to cost the owners of the business. But Doc, I'm sure you saw it too. I mean, it trended. It was all over the place on social media. I don't know what you make of this incident.
Well, before I go to that, let me first of all, just as you did, commend Minister for coming on the show. You know, when you have a show with you're on the same show with the government spokesperson, the whole Ghana's president spokesperson, it means that you're a big guy, you know. So now Felix is so much of a big man that when we come on a show with him, we're also big men. And you know,
oh dog,
I remember the way Felix is feeling and talking. It's the same way we used to talk when we had that overwhelming mandate in 2016.
Okay.
In fact, 2017, when we talked with NDC on the show, we told them they've messed up, growth had declined, the debt had gone up, all those things.
So it sounds like a deja vu to you.
Oh, bro. You see, when the people give you the mandate, it brings some energy.
Okay.
But, I mean, we respect that. All I'll say is that it's early days yet to start pronouncing judgments on your performance.
Okay.
We'll continue to pray for you. Just keep your eye on the ball. But sometimes I hear them, and it reminds me of our first term. At the point we were the highest FDI, foreign direct investment destination in the whole of West Africa. At the point, our recovery, the city, was quoted by some marks as one of the best in the West African sub-region and all that. When you are a government, you are susceptible to both internal events and external events. In our second term, 2019-2020, there was a big external event. My brothers in opposition then would talk about it and assume and behave like nothing happened in the world. But sometimes, even leaders of today, President Mahama was in the function, he mentioned how African economies had to deal with the effects of the pandemic and all that. But I understand, it's politics. When we are home, we say, oh, they have messed up, everything is them. So all I want to say is that they have an overwhelming mandate. I mean, as a government, I was listening to Kemi, is it Badenoch, the conservative leader in the UK, the lady of Nigerian origin. She made a very fantastic point when she addressed their conference. She said, when you are a government or you are a party that left or leaves government, you must speak about those achievements you had, which everybody is proud of, with a lot of pride also, and own them. But you shouldn't also run away from some of the mistakes you made. You must man up to them, so that if the one who's been given the opportunity over time fails on delivering the things they promised, the same people will know that you have done some good things and you have acknowledged those that were not good and are willing to move away from them. So if they remind us of some of the mistakes in government, the things we did, it's part of the business. But if they were perfect in government before 2017, nobody would have voted them out. So Felix should just take it cool and know that this is our job we are doing. And I'm happy he said that, how do you call it? Some people were acting reckless and all that. If you've had experience in government before, the way you behave is not how everybody in the party might behave. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I will not mention the name, but we have actors and appointees who work with President Mahama, whose conduct has appeared before judges in Ghana. And they've described them as people who acted with abundant recklessness, who actually stole money as if there was no tomorrow. I'm not talking, these were not pronouncements from an attorney general addressing the country. Tomorrow. I'm talking about court of law, where an arbiter has looked at both sides and come to a conclusion. In fact, I have to speak on record. That person has still not given us the things the judge said should give to us. This was an appointee of John Dramani Mahama. It does not in any way mean that all the actors under John Mahama, including Felix, were thieves. No. And I always say jokingly that politics is the only trade where when you see an armed robber join you, you can't tell him, get out of here, because of your history, especially when they have a vote. When an armed robber comes for your rally, that, oh, you are preaching, and when I say armed robber, not one who is robbing now, maybe has a history of having robbed and even discharged from jail. If he comes for a rally grounds and say, I'm MPP, I'll vote for you, you tell him, you're an armed robber, get out of here. The point I want to make is that politics is not like the church or corporate bodies where they have a code and you screen people before they enter. So this is the risk that comes to the job. But when such people are identified, they must go through due process. And again, let me plead, they can continue to do so. But whenever you present people in the public all the time, state all your facts and put it in a way that appears as if, look, this is a done deal. There is a risk that even if they succeed in showing that they are not guilty, before anyone who knows them, they are still guilty folks. You don't need a very complex mind to understand this. But because of politics, sometimes we over-argue. There are people that were put on trial during our time. Maybe if we had used this similar approach, by now their faces would have been known by everybody as thieves. But these people are conveniently working in Ghana and nobody knows them because their approach was different. So we are not saying we have all the knowledge in the world, but democracy allows you to show your opinion or to tell your opinion. And that is what we are saying. And I never said on this show that it is wrong for anybody to be approached. When I was called, who am I? I presented myself. I went home. When someone is called and they don't go home, I know that sometimes you can be detained. But I talk about reasonability. Even in law, they have what they call the ordinary man on the street. How would they think? If someone is detained for maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, if you hear somebody say that, oh, Ebe, it's too much, it's out of reasonability. Nobody is saying don't do it. So please, I will not say that you don't have the mandate, but you should also tolerate and be receptive to people's opinion and all that. And I think we are good to go. As for this fire, all I'll say is that regulations should be up and doing. You know, sometimes there are some risks that some enterprises take, and it puts them at risk of maybe fire and all that. I've heard some people say it's arson because when this company actually started operations in the Ashanti region, petty traders felt that their trade might be endangered because a lot of people were rushing to them and all that. I mean, as for these speculations, you know, this is typical Ghana. But bottom line is that let's get to work. Let's be very scientific in our approach. Find out what caused the fire. And most importantly, put in measures to try and prevent further future events like this. And I hope they had some form of insurance. I think insurance penetration in Ghana is very poor. Elsewhere, even without insurance, you might not be, others will not do business with you. You need insurance not only for your stock, but also for those who approach. If you had people in or outside and they had suffered, it's only insurance that can compensate them. You know, so I mean, I'll be quite brief on that one. I mean, this way out.
If I may, you don't find it strange that there's a mall which was put up just a few months ago. I mean, I don't think that the items that were used to build it are obsolete to have sort of caused this kind of damage that we're seeing. I mean,
with all due respect,
it's just 3, 4, 5 months
no,
ago.
with all due respect, a car that is bought
today can actually ban. In fact, the reason why I'm raising this question because of what you said earlier. In fact, it's one of the conspiracy theories that have been bandied around that perhaps somebody may have been behind this, either internally or externally. You know, and I pity the insurance company that has insured this company because they have some huge sums of money to pay the owners of the business. But Felix, what do you make of this?
Well, I'll come to that, but it's important to make a few comments on the Okoboy's position. You see, we have been in government before, and indeed, President Mahama has actually been president before. He's the only president in Ghana who has left power and come back through democratic means. And when we were campaigning, we used to emphasize his experience and the fact that he knows the terrain already, and therefore will hit the ground running. So, and that is telling. It has come to play in the sort of governance that he has offered thus far. With some of the things that happened under the MPP, they were not the ordinary issues that we used to banter about. In my earlier submission, I indicated that you will hardly find a situation where 1 or 2 things won't happen under a government. There are always people trying to make a quick buck and all that. So that will fit into Okoboy's model of the armed robbery, or the analogy that he devised about armed robbery, and whether or not you can keep such people at bay from political parties. But we are talking of extraordinary levels of financial imprudence and recklessness, and outright corruption and dissipation of state resources. Look, the National Service scandal that you've read about, the Auditor General's report that was released, have you heard anything of the sort in the history of Ghana. In fact, last week I told you that a similar occurrence happened under President Mahama. But if you look at the level of it and compare it to what has happened, especially when those who replaced the people who were taken through a certain legal process for misconducting themselves in the case of national service, had opportunity to learn from the mistakes of the past and didn't do so. You cannot gloss over this. The details of the buffer stock case, as the Attorney General highlighted, are mind-boggling. The Adu Buahin case. And there are many others that will come. When the Auditor General's report on the payment of arrears comes, you would even marvel as to whether or not we actually had a government. And indeed, the NPP had also actually been in government before. So they were expected to draw lessons from this thing. And that was supposed to inform how they managed public resources. In fact, President Akufo-Addo made a clear commitment at his inauguration on January 7th, 2017, that he will protect the public purse. He didn't do that. The outcomes show that he did not do that. So the people of Ghana began to demand action. And we, as the opposition party at the time, and the next available alternative, responded to that clarion call by fashioning out a policy to demand accountability in ways that satisfy public demand, whilst putting in place measures to avoid their recurrence. And that is what gave birth to Oral. So Oral is in fact a policy that we canvassed before the people of Ghana, which they bought into. So we have a duty to roll it out. In this rollout, the people of Ghana must be updated. And that is the only reason why the Attorney General updates the people. The Attorney General doesn't do anything out of the ordinary. The charges that he filed against Abdul Hanan this week, they were published. I don't know whether you've seen it.
Right.
Are they different from what he disclosed at the press conference? No, it's the same issues. And in fact, under Okoboye's government, Godfrey Dami used to put out charge sheets when he charged people. When he charged Atufosin and he published it. So the details of the allegations were contained in it. It is the same thing that Dominic Ahini has done, Dr. Dominic Ahini has done as Attorney General. The only difference is that he has done it on the public platform and shown transparency and accountability. He has given reasons why Abdul Hanan, his wife, and the three others were taken through the processes preceding the arraignment before court. And that is what he has done in some of the cases. Of course, not all of them that he will be able to speak to. But the significant ones, he has opened the tap for public scrutiny. When the Attorney General goes to court, the public knows what charges he is preferring against the people. Court proceedings are open to the public. They are covered by the media. So it is unclear to me why the NPP is up in arms about the Attorney General informing the people of Ghana are our employers. They are our bosses. It is their resources that are used to pay us. The investigations the Attorney General is conducting is paid for by the taxpayer. All the officials, some of whose names Okobo has mentioned this morning, are public officials who are paid with the taxpayers' money. The work they do is not secret. They are not operating under the cover of darkness. And so when they do their work and they update us up as to where they've got to, I don't think that there's any difficulty with it. And it is not true that the MPP kept quiet when they charged people under them. Their social media propagandists were all over the place, publishing details of court proceedings and charges against people. So we have never had a situation where anybody has been tried in Ghana in secret. And I have told you before that this is actually standard practice. In the most liberal, advanced democracies, where human rights are protected better than we do here, charges are discussed publicly, including very high-profile personalities. So the MPP really is chasing after shadows. You can understand why they don't want these things disclosed. Because as far as they're concerned, it only confirms that the people of Ghana were right to vote against them. And that it may hurt their chances going forward as a political party. Because people will see that when they entrusted them with responsibility, they were reckless and dissipated public resources. That is all that they are worried about.
So you don't agree with him when he says that the style of the presentation of the issues, it's seeking to assassinate people's characters and making them look as though they are criminals. Even before a competent court of jurisdiction.
No, how so? When the Attorney General files charges, and he discloses the details of the charges, what the person is alleged to have done, and it is published in the media, is the character of the person involved assassinated.
Right.
It is not. It is public scrutiny. It is public scrutiny. That's all that there is. So it is one of two things. I did it, I didn't do it. Yesterday, all the people who have been taken to court so far have pleaded not guilty. They will have opportunity to defend themselves. Why? In the 214 case, even before the trial ended, the appeals court threw out the charges leveled against them. Meanwhile, everything that had to be said had been said about them. Government did not grant interviews in the 214 matter. Did MPP communicators not publicize the details of the charges against Atu Forson and Co? But the court cleared him. Okay. Why? O.J. Simpson. And I refer to him a lot because perhaps he's a gold standard in these things. Look at the publicity that case was given. In fact, the case was transmitted live. It was a criminal case, but it was transmitted live. In the end, the jury found him not guilty.
Okay.
So I don't understand. The Attorney General can never pronounce anybody guilty. The Attorney General says that my investigations show that Okoboy has done A, B, C, D. For this reason, I am taking him to court on this day. That's what that he says.
Okay. All right.
That does not pronounce anybody guilty. Indeed, Abu Hanan and his wife have not been sentenced to prison, a jail term, because the Attorney General spoke. What the Attorney General has said will be tested in court. So if they have any contrary facts to dispute what the Attorney General has done, they will put it before the judge. The judge will make a determination. Okay. So it doesn't matter what the Attorney General says. No judge convicts anybody because of what the Attorney General says. The judge will look at the evidence before him and make a determination based on what answers the accused persons provide. So I don't understand what the MPP is saying. They just don't want the Attorney General to shed light on supposed wrongdoing. That is all that there is. Because they know that perhaps there's a political price to pay for it. That is what it is about.
Okay.
Otherwise, I don't get this. Well, with regards to the fire incident, it's unfortunate.
Fantastic.
It's regrettable for that quantum of property to be destroyed in one fell swoop like that. But I'm on all fours with Okoboy when he talks about the need to take steps to prevent some of these things. Perhaps in the construction of warehouses, malls, shops, and what have you, fire preventive measures should be enhanced to prevent it. And also additional steps like insurance, like he said, can be taken to mitigate against any potential losses that may happen. So one can only sympathize with the owners of this store and hope that they are able to recover from this unspeakable tragedy. Yeah.
Anyway, let's look at the... So, Doc, Okoboy, you've been trending, whether for the right or wrong reasons. So today, about 5 or so newspapers have all been reporting on this particular matter, and it's a reaction or response to the health minister's media encounter, the accountability series, which has been put together, which is organized by Felix's department or Felix's ministry. Now, today's Herald reports that Health Minister fires back at a rented agent Okoboy over defense of $100 million deal. That's how the Herald reported. The Daily Statesman says Lightwave denies withholding Ghana's health data. That's the Daily Statesman. And then you have the publisher, the Ghanaian publisher, that says Lightwave saga, Okoboy exposes Akando's lies. And then you have the Custodian that says Okoboy refutes Akando's claims on Lightwave e-health contract. Yes, I believe that's it. So 5 newspapers, number 4 newspapers reporting on the same matter. But I'll run with the Herald newspaper's publication. And it says that the Minister of Health, Kwabena Minta Akando, has fired back at his predecessor, Dr. Bernard Okoboy, over remarks concerning the now scrapped Lightwave Health Information Management System, that's LIMS project, describing him as part of the problem confronting the ministry. The rebuttal follows Dr. Okoboy's criticisms of Akando's handling of the project and plans to transfer the contract to a new vendor. Akando described Okoboy as acting like an agent of LIMS during an interview on City Eyewitness News yesterday, October 30. Among other things, the company has also been linked to Samsung Jabba a relative of former MPP National Women's Organizer Otiku Afisa Jaba, who was also the former Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Also mentioned as having a stake in the $100 million transfer is Dr. Nana Ayew, the ranking member on the Health Committee in Parliament and MP for Efidiasa Asokore constituency in the Ashanti region. Now, the Herald's information is that Samson Jaba, a cousin of President John Dramani Mahama, was detained earlier this year by security officers at Kotoka International Airport over the contract, having been placed on the stop list due to irregularities noticed in the payment. Mr. Kando expressed surprise at the former minister's comments, including what he considered deliberate lies by his predecessor about which government signed the contract. The story continues on page 13, and I'll end with just the last paragraph before you come in. So page 13. Okay. I looked at this. Okay. I guess that the import of the story has been captured in the first 4 paragraphs that I've just read to you. You were health minister from, I believe, August, right? I think so. August, yes, August to December in the last administration. What do you know about this light wave health management systems?
Well,
matter?
Maybe just a minute to say that.
Okay.
When the Attorney General, just responding to Felix, when the Attorney General addresses the nation and states facts that he is taking to court, Moro, is it every charge or prosecution the Attorney General makes that automatically, is it only one outcome that happens in a court? If you're a lawyer, if you are not an Attorney General and you take cases to court, is it automatic that whatever you take to court, you succeed in getting a guilty verdict? Some of the verdicts turn out not guilty, with all due respect. The Attorney General sent Atu Forson to court, had facts. Did he succeed? No. So if from the word go, just because the Attorney General had a fact that said he has been involved in the payment of, let's say, $10 million to the ambulance dealer, he's caused financial loss. And then, prior to that, political actors or communicators sit on TV and say that, wow, this is unprecedented to have paid $10 million. We've never seen some before. This level is extraordinary. You are preempting the whole process. Why is it that people find it difficult to understand this? You are talking as if the thing has come to an end, yet you are now about to take it to the mill where it will be determined whether it is really so or not. How complex is this to understand? Jakpa, the cost of the ambulance deal, if it was $10 million, how would you feel if from the word go, just because Dami came out with fact sheets that this guy has been involved in supplying second-hand vehicles, it has cost us $5 million. And then I sit there and say, wow, in the history of Ghana, $5 million lost through inferior ambulance. It has never happened. When at the end of the day, in court, it turned out that from the appeal, this guy should walk free. That's all we are saying. Take your time. Let it walk through the mill. When it now ends and comes out and is guilty, wherever you take it, I'll be quiet. Because that is an independent platform where adjudication has to be made. How difficult is this? I wrote what you said. NSS, extraordinary levels. Because let's say the amount involved is 900 million. What shows? Are you, Phyllis, with all your experience, saying that in the court system, it is automatic, that whatever AG has said is what a court, if that is the case, they shouldn't go to court. Put all these guys inside. Because everything you said is sacrosanct. Please.
Okay, but let me try to understand something.
Just before he goes on, so that we don't split us over that. Okay. What you mean? Has a court pronounced Woyome guilty of any offense in Ghana? Has any court done that? And yet, did they not compose songs? Look, there was a time that for a whole year, please, just so that you can flow with the lightweight matter. Yes, I agree, but just so that you can flow with the lightweight matter, so that we don't have to come back to this. Okay. What do you mean? For one whole year, one whole year, every single day, every day, it was the subject of discussion on radio, and MPP people, Okoboy and Ku, discussed it.
Are you done?
Has any court, even in the wake of all those discussions, pronounced Woyome guilty of any offense?
Are you done?
Okay.
They are two forcing matter. Did MP people not discuss it before the matter went to court? In fact, I can show you radio, TV discussions of that matter before the AG filed any charges.
All right, I think
Said in this case, have MP people not discussed it?
I guess the difference here is that
what's the difference?
The difference here, and from what you said, is that now it's the chief
the Attorney General has simply said that Molo, I have provided the context that when we were campaigning, we promised people something we called oral Operation Recover All Loot, which was a special effort to retrieve what we believe to be monies or resources of the state illegally appropriated and prosecute persons we believe have questions to answer in that regard. A process was initiated to gather facts and then proceed to investigate and then prosecute. Just like we give accounts of what has happened under health only this week, like the defense minister has done, interior minister has done, like I do. The Attorney General, who is a public official and spearheading oral, has a duty to keep the public informed about what he is doing, especially in circumstances where MP people themselves have led the chorus on claims that oral is not functioning.
I think
and all that the Attorney General has done is that, yes, I have investigated this number of cases. On this particular case, these are the reasons why you heard that I had ordered Abdul Hanan's arrest.
Okay.
It has been investigated. We have found that this is what he has done. Because of this, I'm taking him to court.
I'll give the chance to.
Tomorrow, that matter, that in itself does not pronounce anybody guilty. In fact, the Attorney General doesn't convict or pronounce anybody guilty. He says, my investigation show that Moro has committed this offense, so I'm taking him to court. It is the court that does that.
All right.
Every accused person, everybody who is accused, what I was actually going to say that every accused person, everybody accused of wrongdoing in Ghana and elsewhere, goes through the same thing.
Okay.
The matter involving them are discussed. The issues are discussed. Sometimes judges clamp down on people who discuss it and threaten them with contempt. But it is discussed. There's never been a single case in Ghana that has never been discussed.
All right. So
I think, with all due respect, because my brother is the minister, you can even allocate more time.
Oh, no, that's not it. I thought that because of the way that discussions were started, so that we can focus on light and then we don't have to come back to this. That's all. It wasn't an interruption.
It's not complex to understand. All I'm saying is that if someone is making commentary, you said we made commentary on some cases. I don't really have a problem with commentary, especially when it has a political connotation or whatever. But the approach and the pronouncement should not be conclusive in nature. You see, when you say these levels of loot, like you didn't use the word loot, but I've written this extraordinary level. Yet the thing is now about to go through the mail. And you see, he's mentioned accountability series, the thing we just exposed on it. When government comes to say something about an event that happened in the past, the fact that it is coming from government appointees doesn't mean it's sacrosanct. Yes, so you must be measured in the way you talk about the things. When you talk about it, I don't have a problem. That we've seen payments, this lightweight thing. So we believe, and I like the phrase you use. Even for you to say we believe means that you know within that it is something you hold, but it might not be true. If it is automatic, you didn't say we believe. You say that it is so. So that's all I'm saying. And you see, people are watching us. People listen to us. Now when you go to, let's say, social media, because of the way some of you present the case, you will see they'll put the pictures of, let's say, these people you are now taking to court. Say, can you imagine they took all this money? These things are happening. Or you are in charge. So I'm not saying you are the one sponsoring it, but when you monitor. Okay. So that's all I'm saying. And let me finally also say that, I mean, the court system is always the best way to come out with the true facts where both sides have been listened to. And it's interesting that people like Serinam Tamaklo, for some very strategic reason, when my brother Phyllis and their team talk, they conveniently even avoid those occurrences. Meanwhile, even those ones, it's gone through the mill and has arrived. And nobody's interested in where she's living in the world, whether she's bringing the money back, because, of course, he's belonging to a particular political family. But it's for Ghanaians to judge. Oh, lightweight. So, somewhere in 2016, when President John Dramani Mahama was in charge of this country, a company called Lightwave approached Ghana with a unique product. And I say product because subsequent events will show why I refer to it as a unique product. in the private, industry, in the private world, the unique product that a company has is what makes them get what we refer to as competitive advantage, meaning they can secure a job based on the offering they are making, which others don't have. And so Lightwave showed that they have some unique offering that if Ghana buys into and is ready to pay for, exchange for the value, we can move from an old system where folders are used, records get missing, you can't really rely on identity. One person can be operated using identity of the other and other. You can stay away from that and then modernize your system. So John Dramani Mohammed's government on the 1st of April 2016 signed a contract with Lightwave at the cost of $6 million to network 23 health facilities in the Central Region. These are all in the ministry's archives. This happened. They finished the work December 2017. When Lightwave networked all these facilities, which included the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, they approached the then MPP administration with the findings of the work. We didn't truncate it when we inherited power in January. They started somewhere in April. The contract was signed in April. The work showed that they had been able to connect all these hospitals. And their unique offering was really true. So when you go to Winneba Hospital and they attend to you, and you have to be referred to Cape Coast, which is a referral within Central Region, you needn't take any particulars. Just you mentioning your ID, that's unique ID, makes them access all your data from, Winneba. And the doctors can actually continue with what they did in Winneba. So when they showed it to our government, the new government, as in the MPP administration, this, I would not mention names, but I know there were some who were like, hey, wait a minute, this was a contract that was signed in the previous administration. Are you sure we are going to get value? But the then minister was able to look at the work they had done together with his technical people and realize the value, approach cabinet, and was able to convince cabinet, and cabinet approved for the ministry to continue with a national rollout, because the 23 was like a pilot under the NDC administration. So
is it 23 or 25, the pilot?
I think I have read one of my notes that mentioned 25. And just recently, I'm also picking at 23. But whatever be the case, it was a contract sum of $6 million to network at about 23, 25 facilities in the Central Region. I stand to be corrected if anybody else. Now, the contract was sent to the PPA because one of the basis for doing the sole source is when you have a unique product which other competitors don't appear to have or don't have. Because this, remember, this is someone who has brought a product to the NDC administration, had delivered on a product, and now wants it to be scaled to the rest of the country. You can't now go and give it to a new person when you've not tested the technology and work of the new person. So the documents that was sent to PPA was to roll out to the whole of Ghana 950 facilities at a cost of $100 million. In fact, PPA document was $186+ million. But later, when the transcripts paperwork was sent to the Ministry of Finance, their value for money audit team did some work and got back to Ministry of Health that we will not do 186, we can do 100 for the whole of Ghana, 950. So the vendor signed the agreement with Ghana, as in the Ministry of Health, to do the project in milestones. Now, I have some very quick breakdown. Out of the 950, four out of the 950 are actually teaching hospitals. 6 are regional hospitals. District hospitals and child facilities are 243. Psychiatric hospitals 2. Polyclinics 49. And then health centers, which are lower units, about 646. When you add this, you get 950. But look at the breakdown in terms of payments. How much of the $100 million is for which? The 4 teaching hospitals account for $21 million for their work in terms of the volume and the scope. The 6 regional hospitals account for $22 million. All the 243 district hospitals across Ghana plus CHAG facilities was to be $29 million. Now, you have the polyclinics, the 49 polyclinics coming to $6 million. The breakdown, I think, yes, because they are figures, I rewrote them, let me go to my, sorry. So that I get it right.
Anyway, so you're watching Good Morning Ghana on Metro Television, and Dr. Okubo is here. He's, of course, representing the New Patriotic Party. He's telling us what he knows about the Lightwave Management Systems matter, which came to the fore following the Government Accountability Series, which was put together by the Ministry of Communications, and not Ministry of Communications, but by the Minister for, in fact, by the Presidency, let me put it that way. Yeah. And so many issues have come up. There have been some reactions from the Etswa Minister under the Nana Dankwa Akufo administration. Fortunately, he's here to try and tell us what he knows about this deal, which some have termed as a bad one. And of course, by the health minister, and that's why we're told that it would be discontinued. Yes.
So let me go through it. The teaching hospitals is $21 million. The work for the regional hospitals is $22 million. All district hospitals, metropolitan, municipal, leprosarium, CHAG is $29. 2 psychiatric hospitals is $1 million. Polyclinics, 49 polyclinics is $6 million. The 646 health centers was going to cost $17 million. And then the miscellaneous was $4 million. So this is a breakdown for the $100 million, which is in the contract that is lying at the Ministry of Health and is at the disposal of the minister. So immediately you look at this, you see an interesting phenomenon. It's not every health facility that has the same level of cost when you bring it on board. So all the 646 health centers, which are smaller health facilities, guess what? In terms of nominal, when you're just looking at 950, treating all the same, constitutes 68% of the contract. But it doesn't mean you have to pay $68 million for it. Guess how much the breakdown it is? It's $17 million. Please, have you gotten it? So if you are not privy to the details, you might think that, oh, how come this company has done more than 50% of the job, but Ghana has treated him so badly by paying $17 million? But it is because all those units, although there are many, they didn't even match the 4 teaching hospitals' work. This is, if you are calm, with all due respect to Akando, and you are not in a hurry to hang your own brothers, you run to town and tell people they've paid them 76 million, 77% of the money, but they've done less than half. So see the interesting scenario. As we speak, by December 2024, when we were handing over, in the notes, Lightwave had done all the 4 teaching hospitals, all the regional hospitals, all the district hospitals, all psychiatric hospitals, all polyclinics, and they had done 157 out of the 646 health centers. When you add the cost for the ones they've done, they chose the heavy ones, the volume ones. The cost comes to about $80-something million. So 80 million plus of the work has been done, left with about 19-point-something million. That's when you look at the scope. But if you go and look at just the numbers, you say, oh, the man has done 450. Where did he get the big money from? This is a simple understanding of what is happening. And it's not surprising that the man did the heavy work. The ministry intentionally told the vendor, don't go down and deal with the small ones. Go to where a lot of Ghanaians need this service. And so the first point I'm making is that if you hear Honorable Akando create the impression that, and he used the phrase, I wrote it, I normally like to write very weird phrases. I call them weird if they are not fair to someone. In Parliament, when he was answering questions, he said he doesn't want a recurrent of the mess. With all due respect, the 450 in terms of volume of work even is more than the amount that you are saying that we have paid. That's the first point. The second point is that an impression was created that Ghana has gone to give a contract to a foreigner, and the data is not in our hands. We are helpless, with all due respect, until December when we handed over in January somewhere to the new administration. Every data, every health record on the 25 million Ghanaians that Lightwave has on their system belongs in the contract to Ghana, and we have always owned it. This talk also that the data is sitting in India, with all due respect to Honorable Akando, is a misrepresentation. All the data sits on our server, the central hub, which is at the Ministry of Health building, which is just about some 200 meters from your studios. Now, another thing which Honorable Akando has said, which with all due respect is a misrepresentation, is that Lightwave is controlled, it's not Ghana controlled, but now we are bringing a Ghana Health Information Management System, which is Ghana controlled. I made some revelation, and I think on some platforms it's come to confirm what I said. If you hear the name, you might be tempted to think that now Ghana, and when I say Ghana, an agency of state is now doing the work we gave to someone. It's not true. It's a private company. I know their name, but I will not mention it here. Who has been a long-time competitor of Light. When I say competitor, is also in the industry of providing solutions for digitization in hospitals, and has been wanting Lightwave's job. They are the ones that are doing this job. But instead of putting their name on the project, so that we know that now they are taking over the project, Honorable Akando has named the thing Ghana, and the excuse he gave, or the reason was that when they finish the job, they will give it to the government of Ghana. But the one Lightwave is doing too, if we had resolved the issues, you see that Honorable Akando says that the date on the paper, the contract has expired. With all due respect, the timelines to be met is not only dependent on the vendor. The vendor works with the state, as in the hospitals. And I have been there. There are occasions when the vendor is ready. A hospital gives reasons why they can't start. It's a multi-year project, so you have this back and forth. The most important thing is to resolve it amicably. If they have done the heavy load, and I showed you the breakdown, which is 80% of the workload, the 20% with their experience and everything is just around the corner. You have the option as a minister, I give you that respect, either to say, go home, I'll still not give you the 20% because your contract has expired. Or you can say, well, we'll talk about an extension, but these are the new terms. What you shouldn't do is to just go to your office and lock your door and say that because that contract on paper has expired, the date has passed, all outstanding issues, you can go to your house, I also go to your house. Immediately you do that, that's where these issues of what about the data in their care? What about the money that is left out of the 100? Because remember, at the 100 million, we've paid about 70-something million. Well, you can say that the rest of the work has not been done, so you are giving it to someone. But even with that, if you have gone to a third-party platform, it's possible the mediation or arbitration will show that still work with them because this is the value, or don't work with them. But please, you get it.
I get that.
So the point I want to make here is that there are some few reasons why we're having these disturbances in the system. And let me quickly say that Honorable Akando has been saying on and on that the company is sabotaging Ghana, the turn off switches. On your show, I want to give an explanation. Before Honorable Akando became minister, before NDC administration came, the whole of Ghana was working seamlessly, no problem with Lightwave. This is how come the problem started. And forgive me for saying that it appears the posture of the ministry towards the vendor is different from how we were dealing with them. And I will explain. There is a committee referred to as a steering committee, which brings the minister together. In fact, I was the chair. Whoever was minister was chairing. The minister, Lightwave, their management or engineers, Ghana Health Service, teaching us, the whole system. We sit almost every quarter to look at how the project is unfolding. That's where you get first-hand knowledge, you query things and all that. For the 10 months that Honorable Akando became minister, that meeting has not been had. And because...
And you know this for a fact.
Oh yes. They've not had a steering committee meeting.
Okay.
The minister can even delegate someone to call it. It's not happening.
Okay.
And because I am interested in how we can get solutions, it's not about NDC MPP. Remember this project, like I said, started at NDC. It's about Ghana. So I tried to find out from the company, why is it that you're having these disruptions when everything was fine when we were there? And then they made it a doctor. Unlike some of you that we can just say we want to come to the ministry and talk about some things. When we try to approach, it's not easy. You understand? So then I was like, but what is happening? Only to also learn that the minister said he has done an audit. So all this while that he was not meeting, the IT team, they were not meeting. The ministry says they've asked someone to do an audit on Lightwave. And the minister invited Lightwave and told them, and I have the letter, that, hey, give us the source code to your software so that we handle this program ourselves. And let's only talk about the service contract, how you can support it. And the contract we signed with Lightwave is the same contract that NDC administration signed at Ajomama. The system which manages the whole program, which is the Lightwave Health Information Management System, is not the property of Ghana. That is the intellectual product they had which made them get the contract. But it is the data and the whole infrastructure which is that of the property of Ghana. So if the contract comes to an end and they are exiting, the best you can give them is a service support level management, because they are the originators of the software of the program. Even with that, you can decide to let go of them, get some other person who claims he can still manage that system. That one is another matter. But the point I'm making is that nowhere in the contract did it state that the intellectual property, the unique product they have, which made it possible for them in the industry to get it ahead of their competitors, should come to us. And I'm not surprised they are doing that. No IT firm in the world, and those who are into IT can call, would come and do a job for you and hand over the unique product which made them get the job ahead of others and say that take it. But it appears Honorable Akando in his pronouncement mixes the management, the software which is managing the whole thing with the data which has been collected and says that the data is in their hands. The data is in our hands, still is in our hands. There is no data that Honorable Akando wants to access that he can get. But this is what happened. My checks show that Lightwave approached the minister. I've been a minister before. Moro, there are occasions when an agreement you have with another entity as government can expire on paper. But because there's an ongoing relationship, normally the entity would approach you and say, can we work on some paperwork, either a contract extension or some form of agreement, so that as I continue to offer services, later when I make claims, it will have a legal basis. It is standard practice. I've been in office before. That's not to say by force extend the contract to. It's to say that let's commit because I'm still giving you support service. My checks show that as at now, the minister and them couldn't agree to have some form of support service. And so Lightwave was like, we are paying our workers and we have no basis to come and claim because you've not succeeded in signing it with us. And this is what affected integrations. When I say integrations, the Lightwave system, after we had rolled out, later realized that there were other benefits or offerings the system could give, which were not even in the contract. Like it could help National Health Insurance to validate which people had been on valid insurance or not, through just another integration to the system. And the hospitals didn't need a whole software and hardware to do that validation. We then later realized that hospitals could make use of their system and connect the software straight to their banks, so that when payments are made, it doesn't pass through somebody's hands before going to the bank. So these integrations were being handled on like a bilateral basis through other means to pay for some of these services. All these services suffered when the issues of contractual or writing, doing paperwork were not happening. And lastly, I made some checks. Apparently, almost all the chat facilities are running as we speak seamlessly with Lightwave. But some Ghana Health facilities, Ghana Health Service, which traditionally belong to government, for some strange reasons, I say strange, the connectivity they should have, internet, which normally gives them access to Lightwave from a remote to access and support them. Some places the connectivity is gone. Whether it is deliberate so that they cannot provide service or it is by some arrangement, these things are happening. So these are some of the things that is making all of a sudden a system that was working fine now have issues. So Moro, with all due respect, this impression that we've paid money for work that has not been done, the breakdown I have showed you, which Honorable Akando has, if we are all honest with ourselves, wouldn't have created the impression that we paid a 76 when 50% has been done, with all due respect. This explanation also will let us understand that it was never true that our data was in the hands of someone who didn't give it to us. Anything I wanted, in fact, even back end, IT people tell back end means now going through the program to go to the back and see what is at the front, and you can even change things. In fact, one of the reasons why the access to the back end, that's like not necessarily the source code, but to the software reading the program, was restricted to a few people, because if someone, let's say Kolibu, gets access to the back end, assuming this guy had given source code and you can just go and read and everything, the revenue that Kolibu is supposed to generate from, let's say, pharmacy, if it should be, let's say, 100 million, someone from the back end can change the figures you are seeing the screen, it will come to 40. So unrestricted access can even jeopardize the system itself. So with all due respect, what I see is a matter of two parties who there's been a change in government, and one party appears either not too comfortable with the gentleman, like the company, or wish to work with someone else. It's well and good. It's their prerogative. If they think that they can get value by going for someone to restart a whole program that you're almost just 20%, it's up to Ghanaians to judge. Now, when the Honorable Akando was asked, are you going to have access to the data that Lightwave has built? He said he's going to pass through National Health Insurance to go and reconstruct data that he could have easily gotten if the two parties had found a way to resolve their issues. And so, Moro, all I'll say is that the same contract in clause 28.1 and 28.2 talks about how to resolve disputes. There are two things I'll mention in the clause. The clause. It says that if within 28 days the two parties are unable to resolve a dispute, they should go for mediation, third-party mediation. Moro, anyone who, I'll not even say studied law, anyone who has common sense and is fair would understand why they are saying third-party mediation. Because when two parties have a contract or have had a relationship, one can make a demand which is either untrue, unreasonable, or dishonest. The only person that can look at documents, look at the history, and make a fair judgment is an objective third party. Moro, you understand?
Right.
Throughout all this brouhaha about Lightwave, we've only been fed with the food cooked by Honorable Akando and largely in his administration. And it is naturally not fair when you, Akando, cooking this food, you are party to the contract. So all I'm saying is that let's take our time not to be in a hurry to hang our colleagues only because maybe they are on the underside.
Right.
And that's not to say that Dr. Koboy is not interested in value for money. Moro, I've told you that NPP administration moved the contract sum, which was even approved by PPA, from $186 million to $100 million.
Okay.
Remember, 23 was done for $6 million before we came. More number two, because we've been doing monitoring and evaluation, and because we've also been doing rigorous routine reconciliation, I did a post where I even mentioned that there was an occasion where our IT team, when I said IT team, those at the Ministry of Energy, there's a department for IT and statistics, was able to prove to Lightwave that you have submitted as certificates to the tune of 77, which we have paid, but our rigorous and routine reconciliation shows that when we look at overall work, there is still more work you should even do to suffice the 76. This came up before Honorable Akando became minister. This was through rigorous routine reconciliation, value for money request from us. When I say us, as in the previous administration. And what I didn't add, because I didn't even want to give it further or give it strength, what I didn't add is that in the same documents which Honorable Akando has, which I referenced from part of his handy note, it mentioned a $7.2 million, which Lightwave was also claiming for some of the integrations that they had done outside the contract. But I didn't mention it because normally the two parties, once it's a multi-year relationship, you continue to contend over claims. Oh, you have 10 million extra. You also owe me 72. But the most important thing is to make sure that the contract the work doesn't suffer, and try to mediate and resolve it yourself. So, Moro, I would like to plead and say that there are two recommendations I have if we want to make progress. The first recommendation is that instead of going round and round, behaving like we we can never have access to all this data. Let's get a third party. When I say third party, Attorney General is not a third party. I have mentioned the name of the Chief of Staff somewhere that he should help. It's not a third party. They are all government, you understand? But I am hoping that they would be able, and please, I'll make this disclosure. Akando has been a ranking member for about 5, 6, 7 years or so. Akando has reviewed and have seen documents about Lightwave's work. Moro. Akando knows of the scope of this project. So, he is someone who's had dealings with Lightwave not in 10 months, but over 5 to 6, 7 years through his oversight role. Maybe, I'm not saying that's the case, this 6, 7 years relationship, maybe there could be some biases or problems which is making it difficult for them to have a resolution. As the clause contract said, let a mediator come in. If the mediator comes and says that I've re-looked the comments from these two parties, this is where I would put things. Lightwave must bring all the data. He can go. But because of ABC infrastructure he has put in, can he also get ABC? If both agree, that's an amicable separation. It makes you get all the value you have invested. It makes Ghana also have the option to choose. But I don't think it is proper where you let go of one private company, go for another private company, and not be interested in, even if the contract date has expired, not be interested in a very legitimate termination process that secures you all your interest and largely also addresses the interest of the one you want to separate with.
Just a couple of questions before Felix will come in.
Yes.
One, the contract was signed in 2019.
Yes.
And it was a 3-year contract.
Yes.
From 2019 to 2022.
Yes.
And by 2022,
yes,
how many health or hospitals or health facilities were Lightwave able to connect and digitize by 2022?
With all due respect.
Okay.
Maybe I can get you the mass and the breakdown.
Okay.
But all I know is that as at 2022 that it was supposed to expire,
okay,
not all had been onboarded.
Right.
And I think it's important, without going into a lot of basics, to explain quickly that when you give someone a project to build, let's say, a head office for Metro,
right,
and let's say $10 million, you know that all he's doing is maybe adding blocks and materials, and then he's supposed to finish in 12 months. This project requires a company to work with people who should either have capacity already or be trained to come on board, right, and finish a job in, how do you call it, in 3 years. And it's the whole Ghana.
Okay.
I am sure that the reasons that the company gave for wanting more time were legitimate. Otherwise, we would have thrown them off long time ago.
Okay. So,
but okay.
So by 2022,
yeah,
they couldn't deliver, right? I mean, we can later look at the reasons they gave, but they couldn't deliver by 2022, and so it was extended by another 1 year.
Yes. 2022
to 2023, they still couldn't deliver, and it was extended from 2023 to December 2024, and they still couldn't deliver.
No, it was extended only twice. So
okay.
Although I was not listening to your dates.
2019 to 2022 was the contract period.
Yes.
They couldn't deliver.
Yes.
And then from 2022 to 2023
was the first extension.
Oh, was the first extension.
Yes.
And then 2023 to 2024 they still couldn't deliver.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, your argument is that let's not look at the numbers in terms of, so you say we gave you 950 facilities to network. Yes. And you delivered 450. Yes. But let's look at what was delivered.
The workload.
The workload. Yes. So size and magnitude and so on. They say, and you gave us the breakdown. Yes. I think that I did some my own checks before I came here. Yes. And you're saying that per the breakdown, when you look at the number of hospitals that have been able to network, which is the 450, that's 500 health centers that have not been networked. The amount of resources, which includes time, and financial resources that you need, and even skills and competencies to do it, is far less.
It's less than 20%.
It's less than 20%. Okay. So you're saying that on that basis, you do not think that the decision by the government, of course, represented by the health minister, to discontinue the contract is a very sound one. You don't think that
no,
business
in
is
fact,
sound one?
there are two things.
And no, I'm coming. I've just mentioned one.
No, I've not.
Which has to do
I'll
with
not
timeline.
necessarily say it's not sound. There are two things.
Right.
The first one is that when you use the expression they couldn't deliver, it's
Okay.
not even fair.
Right.
Once there's a contract, it's two parties trying to achieve milestones.
Right.
So when I say we, both the vendor working together with the hospitals could not.
Okay.
Because the timelines is dependent from day one, not only on the vendor's efficiency, but on the readiness and cooperation of the hospitals.
Okay.
And I'm telling you, as someone who has been at the ministry, there were hospitals where we had to call them. In fact, there were hospitals that the med soups were threatened to be sacked if they don't onboard Lightwave. Because some were resisting. Because when you get on the system, you now don't have the chance to procure yourself an IT system. Because some people had procured themselves. And their procuring meant that they were in charge of the process. Some hospitals too didn't want to come aboard because the Lightwave makes us see all your revenue stream.
Okay.
Because everything you do has been captured on the system. So, as someone who has been at the ministry, I am telling you that there were many occasions where the deadlines being missed were occasioned by actors within our system. And that's why I like the term for us to use we.
Okay.
And please, sometimes it's easy to forget that from increments 1957 to 2016, when this project started, nowhere in this country was this thing happening or had been done.
Okay.
So you can look and say that, they've only done 450. But if it was that easy to do, are you gonna? And this is not to give even an excuse to the company. But I like the term we because my experience shows that there were times when Lightwave was moving, others were sleeping. And we had to threaten that if you don't move. In fact, when I was Kolebu CEO, I held meetings with management to tell them that this thing is so good that they shouldn't frustrate it. It was all part of the reason why Kolebu also came on board. So, Moro, I say use we. Okay. The second one too is that I've never said anywhere that Akando going for another private company with the name Ghana is not sound. It's up to Ghanaians to judge whether if you've traveled on a journey with someone for 8 years. In fact, when you add the few months of NDC time, the one they did for 8.5 years, and he's done 80% of the work you need to be carried out. I like the 80% because I've told you the 400 and whatever health centers is equivalent to the work you have to do in just Kolebu and Kofanochi.
Right.
So the question is that when you've traveled with someone on a journey, you want a road to be done at a difficult area. You have a contractor who, out of 100 kilometers of this road, has done 80 kilometers.
Okay.
Is it wise to say that, you should have done this road in 4 years, but you've done it in 6 years. So at this 80-kilometer mark, pack your tools and leave here. I am giving it to a new contractor. Whether it's sound, if I were Minister for Health, I would have endured 6 months or 12 extra months to complete this project and ask for terms that will make sure that whatever capacity we need to run the system, we run it with very limited remote support from Lightwave going forward.
Okay.
But Okoboy, I'm aware that Akando is not compelled. This administration is not compelled to follow with what I would have done. But this is my plea to the NDC administration. If you want to do away with a vendor, do it in a tidy manner so that whatever is due you get it.
Okay.
And so that you are also tolerant enough to hear whatever the vendor thinks. I'm choosing my words well. The vendor thinks is due them. If the two of you cannot separate amicably, get the help of a third party as prescribed in the contract document.
I have a number of other questions, but maybe I need to bring in Felix. But we take a break on tour. Sorry. We'll take a short break. When we come back, I'll get Felix's take on this matter. Please stay with us.
Start your kids' day the right way, filled with confidence to take on any challenge. Pepsodent Kids contains the right amount of fluoride and sugar acid protection to care for their developing gums and teeth. Grab either orange or strawberry so they brush with the sweet flavor they love morning and evening. Pepsodent Kids, giving your children a bright smile for a brighter future.
Are you a headmaster? headmistress, parent, teacher, or an educator looking for high-quality textbooks for preschool, primary, and junior high school students, look no further than Advocate Publishing Company. Advocate Publishing Company is a leading publisher of educational materials in Ghana that publishes very engaging, interactive, and comprehensive textbooks that meet the needs of students, teachers, and parents. Our textbooks are thoroughly published to make learning fun and easy. They are also designed to stimulate critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity in students. Make Advocate Publishing your preferred choice for all your educational needs. Explore our range of textbooks and educational resources. Visit us at the old GNTC yard near Kingsway, Accra. You can contact us on 0503 786 776 or 02408 06354, also 0531 600 360, and connect with us on Instagram, X, and Facebook at Advo Publishing. Don't settle for less. Choose the best. Advocate Publishing Company, empowering young minds one textbook at a time. Thinking Publishing, think Advocate Publishing.
Oh, I've been
Edi asema, menya oden, o tianti mu, amanfo ada. O share me boss obeto phone na mama me phone na say dada, menya oden.
The most surprised man.
Surprise ben.
Surprise.
Hey, Kofi Papa. Hey, phone o, iPhone 13. Nanya ne?
Ende, me fanko for we mienu. Amuko circle. Ene ba ko ne ka chena dan for hour. Ono odi ni Ghana card. Eko EBA phone so a. Otua 40% pen edi ni phone man no a. Da aka no betu ani kakra. Timiti ya me drop na me so me call ho. Ana me kwanya wo phone de brɛ no.
Oh, Kofi Papa me da se. Ami shraw.
Wo EBA phones hadie, yeton iPhones ne ho akade nyina. Ye sanso de ma wholesale. Sa wo ye dealer na sa wo pedudu atua. Anase afi na wo hye iPhone business na se a. Braya se ye, hwehwe ye chira kwan e wo Accra Circle Mall. Any Tiptoe Lane, modern photos in chain. American Monso, ye ni Odor Rice ene edi nhwenim. Kumase ye wedum ejekuma brunsan nim. Obetumi so hu ye e wo www.
In life, choice is good, but choice plus safety is way better. Your safety and comfort is paramount. Under the cylinder recirculation model, you can buy LPG in a safe environment. All cylinders are inspected and maintained to the best safety standards, so your safety is assured. Just take your empty cylinder to the nearest exchange point and swap it for a filled cylinder. Different cylinder sizes will be available to meet your pocket size. Imagine cooking in a smoke-free environment. This will improve the health and well-being of you and your family. Choose LPG in a safer model of distribution. Cylinder recirculation model. Securing your safety. Creating more jobs. A message from the National Petroleum Authority under the patronage of the Ministry of Energy.
Wabedum tamaso. Hey, J. Watch it, na learning. Missy, watch and learn. Mekwaya mabesisia. Abozege. Akache say no ya konate and the more drink woman. Hey. But I tell me. Oh, sorry. She knew her old dish. Eji. Dabio, baby wom. Ready. Hey, baby wom. Ah, Aji. I'll cause some discomfort. Sorry, well, uncle, where would the dad? Why your funeral? At your phone for Aerofield Trading. Sorry, it killed them all.
No mum share nanda danya wash mosquito call esudu womunumu. Na say spray with them sir. Try sima edronum ansa na akodan no mu.
Enkratoi FDA ajatum.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Obey him later.
Of course.
712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Copy from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
God Kwamio!
Senya God the apple boom. If you put it so would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey.
Is that his car?
Ha! Even now, your shadow the way designer.
I use my own mouth to reject him. Oh, this is my mouth. Look at that.
Kwame, my son. Now, tell me the truth. How did this all happen?
Oh, mommy, a simple delation. Mr. Goodluck no check me way.
Yeah,
man.
Easy car. Or dial star 712 hash.
The devil is a liar.
He picked his ticket and entered his lucky 5-digit number.
How much birthday?
Oh, how romantic!
And he followed the prompt, yes. And then boom, confirmation test.
One quick, pick 5 numbers for me, okay? I'm feeling like service.
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the
You see how they love you now?
Yo, do you have family payment before December? Maybe release a motivational album. Patapa, my super.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
West Africa's soil yields global treasures. Cocoa, cashew, shea, and cotton. They power industries across the world. Yet for our region, the greatest value still slips away, exported raw, taking with it jobs, industries, and the promise of shared prosperity. The real question is no longer what we produce, but who captures the final reward. True prosperity lies in the value we add right here at home. That's why the 4th edition of the EBIT President's Roundtable will gather the architects of Africa's prosperity and Africa's transformation to answer one defining question. How do we finance the journey from the farm to the port? Join Dr. George Ejikum Donko and some leading experts as EBIT leads a high-level dialogue to unlock financing, empower local industries, and turn West Africa's raw potential into industrial power. Be part of the conversation redefining our economic future, live on Metro TV, DSTV Channel 277, and EBIT platforms on November 24, 2025 at 11 a.m. EBIT President's Roundtable 2025. From the farm to the port, financing the value chains of West Africa's cash crops. My name is Anita Erskine, and it will be an honor to host you.
Excellent. You're watching Good Morning Ghana on the Metro Television. This show is also live. Yes, hold on, please. We're back on air. Yes, we're live on 94.1 FM on your radio dial. And Mr. Felix Kwatri-Fosu is here, MP, and also presidential spokesperson and Minister of State in charge of government communication. Dr. Bernard Okuboy is a former MP for the Lejokuku constituency and also a medical doctor and a former health minister. In fact, he's here in his capacity as the rep of the New Patriotic Party. There are other things that he's aspiring to become, but I don't know whether I have his permission to publicly declare it on here on the show. I'm sure that when he's ready, he will tell us what it is in terms of what the next phase of his political journey. But anyway, so Felix, so what I'm sure, because you were the one who gave the platform to Akando to make some of these public disclosures. What's your understanding of this whole Lightwave deal?
For me, it's pretty straightforward. But before I go there, let me ground the position I took when we discussed the publication of charges and allegations against people before the matter goes to court. You recall Godfrey Dami's conduct in the Airbus matter. You know that Godfrey Dami publicly named President Mahama as public official 1, even before the OSP had concluded the investigations. Eventually, the OSP not clear President Mahama for want of evidence. He did, not so. But before then, Godfrey Dami had pronounced him guilty and called him public official 1. So how can the same MPP suddenly complain that Attorney General is giving details backed with factual evidence that has come out of investigations? The Attorney General has bank statements. He has evidence of bank transfers and purchases. And they are saying that he can't speak to it. But Godfrey Dame can call President Mahama, Government Official 1, and say that he had engaged in some wrongdoing in the Airbus matter before an official inquiry is launched into the matter. So the MPP simply has no case. By their own conduct, they have no case. Moro, you see, the issue at hand in relation to this health wave, light wave contract is straightforward. To begin with, let me dispel any notion of ill feeling towards the gentleman behind light wave, Samson Jaba. Okoboy himself has said that our relationship with him started in 2016. So we were the ones who tapped him to begin the process of connecting 23 health facilities, as Okoboy indicated, at a cost of $6 million.
So, as the Herald published, it is indeed, you can confirm it.
Absolutely.
Samson Jaba is behind Lightwave.
He is behind Lightwave. And I'm sure the name rings a bell.
It does, very much so.
So, there cannot be an issue of ill feeling.
Okay.
Or the simple fact that government have changed.
Okay.
We were the ones who first engaged him on a pilot basis. The issue at hand relates to specific contractual obligations that have not been honored and conduct that has led to losses to the states and compromised the state's ability to run its healthcare system effectively. These are the issues. So for me, there are 4 basic facts. The first fact is that there is evidence of non-performance. A contract was signed to last for 3 years, involving the connection of 950 health facilities via a health information management system. By the end of the 3rd year, that project had not been completed as required by the contract. 2 extensions were done, a year each, from 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024. So it was supposed to elapse on 31st December 2024. By 31st December 2024, it had not been delivered, and the contract had lapsed. So as of the end of last year, no contractual relationship existed between the government of Ghana and Samson Jaba's Lightwave. That is a fact that is not in dispute. That alone enables the government of Ghana to try alternative approaches. That alone, the fact that he could not deliver. Number 2, there's an issue of gaps even in what is said to have been delivered. The major health facilities that Okoboy says have been connected to the tune of $77 million. The exact figure is $76.9 million. When an audit was conducted, it was found that there were gaps of up to $18.9 million in both the supply of the hardware, the software, and other services. So, for instance, the contract stipulates that supply this kind of laptop, he brings you an inferior one. Supply this quality of software, he brings you one that has glitches and cannot work. When it was estimated, it amounted to $18.9 million, almost $19 million. That, again, is sufficient basis to dispense with the services of this service provider. And then number 3, and then number 3, Okoboy himself has admitted to payment in excess of actual work done. He says that there was a $10.13 million discrepancy found.
And there's a 7.2.
No.
From their side.
Wait, hold on a minute. Yeah. You say, indeed, the last payments were done by you, if I'm not mistaken, as health minister.
The last payments were not done. My payments were still outstanding.
But the last payments were authorized by you.
Let's clarity. The payment is not like he supplies, he gave certificates to the tune of, let's say, 70 million or pay 77. That's not the case.
Of course.
It is in reconciliation of the work done.
Of course. But after that payment, it was determined, you yourself have said, that your team determined.
Two things.
You are stating one.
I can speak We claim a surplus of 10.
You cannot claim a deficit of. You as a government official cannot speak for Lightwave. It is up to them to make any claim.
I'm speaking for what we did. We did this before we handled. These are from my notes.
Good. So you must restrict yourself to. When we did the audit as government of Ghana,
yes,
this is what we found.
Yeah,
it is up to Lightwave.
Yeah, that's what.
That's what your responsibility is the people of Ghana, not Lightwave. That must be clear. Yes, so that is it.
Not Lightwave.
Anything Lightwave says, it's up to them to use any approach they believe.
I agree.
To vindicate their rights. It is not up to the government of Ghana to do that for them. So you cannot, as a government official.
No, but I'm not saying so. I'm not holding.
Yes. So the 7 million for me is a red herring. This is 7 million for me is a red herring. They have to prove it. We have conducted an audit, and you see that there's a 10 million payment in excess of the work they did. That is also sufficient basis to dispense with their services, and perhaps even hold to account those who authorize the payment. Moro, these are the facts. So when we took over, Honorable Akando, I can reveal to you, has held 3 meetings with Samson Jaba. 2 in Ghana, 1 outside this country. We took advantage of our presence in New York for Honorable Akando to meet him to resolve whatever issues there were. On all 3 occasions, this gentleman refused to cooperate unless a new contract is given him. Well,
what was the minister's proposal to him which was expected to
I'm coming to that. We all recall that in the last few weeks, and in fact, the first group of people to make this an issue were MPP propagandists. On Facebook, they accused the government of mismanaging the NHIS, such that suddenly claims cannot be processed and that people were going through inconvenience. Was that not the case?
Me, did you see me?
Oh, I have not mentioned your name. I said MPP communicators. It is verifiable. This is a fact. This even compelled the NHIS to issue a statement, because I, as government communications minister, immediately got in touch with the NHIS CEO, Dr. Victor Bampo, to inquire as to what was happening. And then he told me that they were going to issue a statement to clarify. And indeed, he sent me that statement before they put it out. So I know that government took steps to even explain what had happened. The communication from the NHIS explained that they were having technical difficulties. Those technical difficulties were because Samson Jaba was sitting in Atlanta, USA, switching the system on and off as part of a blackmail tactic to compel the government of Ghana to do what he wanted. Well, how can we pay $77 million to an entity and suffer this sort of fate? How should we pay $77 million as a government and have a situation where the person supposed to render the service to us is able to switch it on and off? Not that we owe him. You see, if, for instance, he had done service up to 77 million and we had paid, say, 30, so we owed him $40 million, he can use that as a mechanism to compel us to honor our obligations. But the issue in question does not relate to any outstanding payments. Yet he was able to switch it. So it was when he was switching it on and off, that was why we had that glitch.
Do you know this for a fact?
I know this for a fact. Then, over the last 2 weeks, he completely shut the system off, putting us in extreme difficulty and creating huge inconvenience for the Ghanaian public who went to seek healthcare. So this erratic, irascible behavior again forms basis to part ways with him. Because you see, we are a serious country. So when a whole country has contracted with you for you to perform specific services, you cannot behave in that manner and expect a continuation of the relationship. Because we are not children. He was behaving as though he was toying with us. That he has some toy that he could, throw up and down as he pleased. He forgot that the lives of at least 40 million people were at stake. And yet he did this to us. On the 2 occasions when he came to Ghana, he insisted that if we don't give him a new contract, he was not going to give us administrative access. It is a lack of administrative access on our part that enables him to do what he's doing. Otherwise, he can't do it. How do you pay somebody $77 million to do work on 450 facilities and not have administrative access to them?
But that is not a right he can exercise.
But that is what he was doing.
So
Okoboy did not demand access to that. So we don't have it.
But I've said one word. Okay, I'll respond.
Yes, we do not have administrative. If we had administrative access, we won't be having this conversation. Today, if there's a system glitch in Kolebu, the IT director of Kolebu cannot on his own repair it without recourse to the gentleman in Atlanta.
No.
How do you pay $77 million for this?
It doesn't make sense.
Yes. So that is the situation we have. The reason why the system was off for that number of days was because of this. And you see, Moro, the contract is pretty clear It is a sub-purchase and supply contract, which means that we were buying the hardware and the software so that we can operate. Mr. Jabe's obligations would then be limited to maintenance to help us maintain it over a certain period. It is not a management contract, as in build the system and manage it for us. In fact, the contract stipulates that when we take delivery of the items and the service and the software, we issue a certificate of acceptance. In contracting, once you do that, means that you own it. So Metro TV wants to
both the software and hardware.
What's the software and hardware? We didn't pay for only hardware. The software is not his. It is our property. That's the reason why he had to train people to manage it and operate it. The staff at the various hospitals should be able to address problems with the software. But they are not able to do it because he retains control. And let me re-emphasize that he is not doing this because we owe him money. That he has provided services that we've not paid for. We've paid, and paid him more than what he even deserves. There are even gaps in what he supplied, up to $90 million. It's not up to the standard that he said he will supply. So we don't owe him a dime, and yet he was able to switch the thing on and off. So at the issue, it was obvious that the contract was faulty, and that we were not getting value for money. As for the third meeting in New York, he threw tantrums and used vituperative language on the minister when he demanded administrative access to what he had done. So how can an erratic character like that continue to maintain a relationship with a serious entity, a state like Ghana, through the Ministry of Health? This is at the heart of the matter. That is all that there is to it. I have the contract here and I've gone through it. In fact, the contract provides milestones. It states the time frame within which each service ought to be rendered. Each item ought to be delivered. That has not been done. And Okobo's excuse that there were people at the various health facilities sabotaging it is not tenable. It is the reason why you are minister. Look, imagine me having an obligation through my ministry with an entity to provide a service, to say ISD. And then I come and tell you that there are people at ISD refusing to cooperate. What does that make me look like? It is my duty to move mountains to ensure that the service is delivered, especially when I have committed the government of Ghana to do a contract. So the idea that there were people in hospitals attempting to prevent this from happening, it's not tenable. That's why you have the right as minister to dismiss people who are unwilling to carry out your instructions. So it's not tenable. The simple fact is that the contract was not honored. And at this stage, there is no obligation compelling the government of Ghana to deal with them. And in fact, I have also reiterated that we were willing to give the Minister of Health, Honorable Akando, proposed this, that he was willing to give him a 2-year engagement to ensure that the rest of the work is done. And then all the problems that had been encountered are resolved. In fact, the contract provides for him. He refused to do so because he wanted a contract. And the minister said, no, in the first instance, you've not delivered what we asked you to deliver. The accounts have a saying, if the head that went to grace have not returned, you don't send in more. You retrieve them first. And by all means, the state of Ghana, through the Ministry of Health, should have administrative control over something that we spent tens of millions of dollars to procure. And nobody should be able to sit anywhere in this country, in this world, and switch it on and off as they please. And let me place it on record. It appears that my brother, Okoboy, in some of his interviews, set his own questions and answered them. He said that the minister claimed that the entity in question is a foreign organization. The minister never said so. I provide a platform. I have a speech. I can send it to you.
This thing, I don't know where it's coming from. All this, the impression was that it's
nobody had created this as a impression. Moro.
It's come from Yes.
Moro.
Like to city.
Moro.
I was the first person to show that thing is not true.
Moro.
He started by saying that our data was with
Moro.
He said it on platforms.
Moro.
Really?
Moro,
It's
I'm
an
on the
impression
floor. When you speak, I kept quiet. With the greatest respect to you.
Speak to what
Akando has not said. Akando has never said that this gentleman is a foreigner. He is not. He is from Ghanaian. Oh, but you are saying that Akando has said that the entity providing
foreigners.
But that is true. Is that not the case?
The
people who manage the system are sitting in India.
I mean, what was the evidence to that? What the
listen. Oh, but let me make my point.
No, but it's a simple statement.
Let him. Don't worry. We'll ask him questions. Don't worry.
You see, let me make my point. Moro, listen, Moro. You see, the fact is that the servers themselves don't mean anything. If I bring you a server, or you bring me a server that I cannot control, but you can control from anywhere in the world, you are holding me to ransom. That is the situation now. So it is true that there are servers and systems sitting in various health facilities and the Ministry of Health. But the government of Ghana does not have administrative access. When it turns it off, we can't switch it back on, despite the fact that we've paid for that service.
So hold on. So Felix, when you say the data is sitting in India, what does that mean?
The software that controls it, that is what...
It's being controlled from India?
It's being controlled by people who work for him in India.
Fact?
Yes, the minister has found that out. He's put it out. But he has never said that the entity itself is a foreign company.
Okay.
I know Samson Jaba is of Ghanaian descent. I don't know whether he's a US citizen or not. But that for me is even immaterial. The fact is that there are obligations that he must fulfill that he has not fulfilled. And how Okoboy and his colleagues in the MPP at the Ministry of Health at the time were able to put us under the control of such an entity is mind-boggling. How do you do that? And for emphasis, Moro, it is a purchase and supply contract. The contract is clear. I can send it to you. It's a 58-page contract. And you will see clearly that the wording of the language is clear. You see, we are paying consideration for a purchase and supply. Yet, after we've paid all the money, we can't control even the ones that he has done. Forget about the ones that he has not done. And then the outstanding $19 million that we detected, that was actually not dealt with. That was actually not delivered. It's another matter. And then the $10 million has been paid in excess of what has been done. It's another matter. So in the light of this, the only remedy available to the government of Ghana is to draw lessons from this and have a system that we fully and effectively control, even if we outsource the building of it or the procurement of it to private entities. So the minister indeed said that we do not want a situation where a single entity is able to control our health information management system and plunge us into the crisis that Samson Jaba has plunged us in. So we are going to do two things. First, to put in place a backbone called the National Health Information Exchange. That is what all other service providers will route their service through, so that we retain control of it. Number two, as a matter of emergency, we have to bring back the 450 health facilities that are being affected by Samson Jaba's erratic conduct to connectivity. So, the Ghana Health Information Management System is being put in place. They say that over a 4-week period, they will be able to do this, so that all the 450 that are currently affected will be brought back on stream to manage their system. But it will go through this National Health Information Exchange so that we control it. Nobody can switch it off at will, especially when we have fulfilled our obligations. The second issue is that there's the outstanding 500, which Okoboy says is equivalent to just 2 teaching. And indeed, if it was that simple, how has it taken 2 years and still has not been completed? Even if we were to discount the first years, of course, I've heard him throw in the COVID argument again. Because COVID is the almighty response for every single problem we faced under the MPP. He says because of COVID, there were implementation delays, so it could not be done. So what about the 2-year extension that was given him? And if it was that simple, if you could do it at the snap of a finger, how is it that he was not able to do it? If all that it took was the work in 2 teaching hospitals to get these 500 health centers or health facilities connected, why was it not done? Why was it breached? So we must do something about these 500 health centers, Moro. So because of that, we are going to open up a tender process for multiple service providers and entities to put in a bid. The most competitive bids will then be selected to roll out a health information management system for the remaining 500. The 450 we have to do on emergency basis because of the critical situation at hand. But the 500 will take our time to do it. But the underlying objective is that it will not be controlled by a single entity anymore. I think that it makes sense because
Felix, are we going to pay new money for the 5?
No, in fact, the money that is going to be paid for this 450.
For the 450.
The first one is far less than what is even outstanding to be paid for the rest of the project. But Moro.
Really?
But Moro, we have been planned. But if Samson Jaba comes to do, we will pay money anyway, won't we?
Yes. We will.
Yes. If he comes to do in fact, if he had done everything, there will be an outstanding $23 million to pay him. The money for what we are going to do is less than $23 million.
You mean the 450 hospitals that have already been done by networked and digitized by Lightwave? You're saying that we are going to spend far less than the 70-something million.
Far less, $60 million. That's the figure I've heard the minister.
To do the same
project. Yes. $50 million. Sorry, $60 million. But you see, the point is that there's an inherent advantage in that, unlike the contract that Okobo and his colleagues entered into, this time we have administrative control ab initio.
Okay.
And that nobody can subject us to the hide and seek that Lightwave through Samson Jaba is subjecting us to. So there's an advantage there. Our national security considerations that must be factored into building such a system is also catered for. So all round, this is a much better proposition than what we have. Of course, if Samson Jaba had performed, Lightwave had performed, then we wouldn't need to go through this process. Even if we can raise issues about the amounts involved, at least it has been delivered and it is working. But at the moment, it is not. And it must be placed on record that contrary to the claims that this minister has not been receptive and that he's not been, it is not true. So, sometimes I even wonder how Akando is able to master such emotional intelligence in the face of extreme provocation. There are people who are far his juniors in the sector. Look, he is the overall head of the health sector of Ghana. Nurses insult him publicly. He tolerates it. The General Secretary of the Ghana Registered Nurses Association used very insulting language on him. He tolerated it. So it is not somebody who the ministry has a contractual agreement with and is in charge of such critical infrastructure and systems that the minister cannot sit to engage. So Akando has never shown any hostility to Samson Jaba, except that he has demanded that the interest of Ghana is protected in this matter. And Samson Jaba is unable or unwilling to comply. And that is how come we have this particular situation. Look, for instance, the $10.13 million payment that Okobo speaks about. The information available is that I was supposed to connect 157 facilities, additional facilities. Yet only 7 were connected when the audit was done. Only 7. The 150 are outstanding. And yet he's received $10.86 million for it. $10.13 million for it. So there is no way that this situation can be allowed to fester. So to conclude, let me reiterate the key issues. 4 issues. First, there is no issue of a predetermined dislike for Lightwave because we were the first to engage him. If we had any problem with it, we wouldn't engage him. Number 2, there is absolute certainty about non-performance despite 2 extensions to the deadline. There is the issue of the gaps in the performance that is said to have been delivered, amounting to $90 million. This is contained in an audit. Indeed, when the minister appeared at the Government Accountability, he came with 2 experts. One of the experts actually showed the audit and broke down the issues to the hearing of all Ghanaians. That matter remains outstanding. There's the issue of the excess payment for work done, which Okoboy confirms, which remains outstanding. And then there's the issue of our lack of control or access to the system as it's built, and the fact that it is now in the hands of an entity who we have no control over. In fact, Okoboy says we should provide evidence for the glitch. Meanwhile, the glitch is happening. It was MPP people who were accusing government of mismanaging NHIs. People have gone to the hospitals and seen the glitch and seen that the system doesn't work. In fact, if you read Victor Bampo's statement, he spoke about the alternative measures. In some instances, they had to use a manual system to cover up for the shortfall at the time, pending the resolution of the matter. So for me, it is a straightforward issue.
All right.
Those who entered into this contract, in my view, did not do good by the state of Ghana by not ensuring that adequate and robust systems were built to protect our interests.
Okay. Let me read a few messages up and I'll bring it. So we'll find a while. Just a few messages. Now, Kakre Samuel, the Director of Communications of the NDC, he says that, good morning, Madam G.M. Moro. Please ignore the ugly noises from the MPP propagandists who are talking about the presumption of innocence before trial, etc., Who has tried Prince Andrew for him to suffer the humiliation he has suffered lately? Do you, as a person, believe that Adolf Hitler was innocent from his responsibility in the crimes committed during the Second World War just because he was never tried? The court work on our behalf. They don't work for themselves. We as a people have enough common sense and knowledge to distinguish between right and wrong. Was it not Akufo-Addo himself who personally requested the OSP to investigate John Mahama on the Airbus matter? On what basis did he do that? So there's a friend of mine who plays in the IT space, and he's just telling me that he says, Moro, I've spoken with the IT guys at the ministry. They don't have access to their data, and it's unfortunate. It's coming from Prince, who's a regular viewer of the show. Now, Mansa Musa, who is sending us a message all the way from the UK, says, please pose this as a question to both of them if they can answer. Moro, how come that any time in our democratic dispensation, when there is a changeover, many or some previous arrangements or engagements present so much friction or tension that has to be argued over and sometimes needing drastic changes? My question is it that our administrators do not possess the required capacity to get things right the first time round? Why can't we trust and rely on our authorities to get things done properly in first instances? Mansa Musa, I'm baffled. Good morning. Have a pleasant weekend, all of you. Chris Ashali from Butre says, Moro, Dr. Okoboy looks great even in opposition. But my problem is, why can't he admit the wrong his government has committed against the people of Ghana? Honorable Felix has spoken the minds of ordinary Ghanaians this morning. Chris from Ashali Butre sends that message. Samuel Brian Boabing comes in. He says, Moro, I personally have no problem with accountability. Every public official, past or present, should be able to account for their stewardship whenever they are called upon. My only issue is the media trial, the pronouncement of guilt even before the court says so, and the outrageous bill bond seemingly designed to punish the accused persons. In the Saglemi $200 million scandal, Alhaji Collins Dada was granted self-recognizance bail, with the only condition being that he deposits his passport with the court. In the 271.3 million Cocoa Board scandal, Dr. Puni and Mr. Sedu Agongo were each granted self-recognizance bail of 300,000 cedis. So what has changed? That others are now being given 800 million cedis bail with 6 sureties to be justified with landed property. This should guide all public officers to conduct themselves well, because under a future MPP government, the NIB and Yoko might demand nuclear reactors as bail bonds. Samuel Brian Boabing from Awoshi. Kojochu says that, good morning. Dr. Okoboy, it looks like the article has caught you. You people should just pack her up. What you have collectively done to the people of Ghana will all be revealed. Prosper Ashikwe, a salam down, is where he's writing from. He says, I miss Dr. Okoboy. He says, Jay-Z sarcasms. He said, well, I miss Dr. Okoboy's Jay-Z sarcasms already. He said, don't I love him? Moro, there's more to this software issue than we know it. This is an unfolding story. I will hold my submissions for now. I will write a long piece very soon. Honorable Okoboy's submission is an expose on its own. And let me take this last two before we take the break. So Seth Ayi from Accra says, what's Dr. Okoboy saying? Is he saying the government didn't have a control over the public health facilities such that they resisted light wave? He should please spare us. Alhaji Hamza from Pig Farm says that, Assalamu alaikum, my brother. Assalamu alaikum, Alhaji Yade. Moro, please tell Okoboy to proceed to court if he is not happy with the style of the AG. For God's sake, governance and democracy is for the people, by the people, and for the people. And for that matter, I see nothing wrong if the AG decides to carry the citizens along. And he says the MPP is trying to run away from accountability, and they must not be allowed for them to have their way. My brother, just listen to the revelations that is coming out from the Public Accounts Committee. I now understand why President Mahama said this country was a crime scene under President Nana-Addo and the MPP. But truth be told, Honorable Felix has made my day this morning. He's too tough to be handled. He has demonstrated to show that he is on top of the issues this morning. I salute him for that. He should please keep it up. And Chris, I just read your message, and you probably didn't hear me. So Mr. E.D. Mokhtar, a very good friend of mine who lives in Adenta, who says that Moro asked Dr. Okoboy that must everything be defended even when it's obvious and crystal? They should please give us a break. So I'll come back. I have tons of messages to read, but please stay with us. This is Good Morning Ghana on Metro Television. Please don't go anywhere.
Watch your kids stay the right way, filled with confidence to take on any challenge. Pepsodent Kids contains the right amount of fluoride and sugar acid protection to care for their developing gums and teeth. Grab either orange or strawberry so they brush with the sweet flavor they love morning and evening. Pepsodent Kids, giving your children a bright smile for a brighter future.
Sunko crane bremo. Now the 20 animal with piano and Japan with the bremo. And no any Samu spices. Samu spices in here. And we will remember various flavors. Ubenya a yako. Ubenya nemchi. You do good jollof woman and we get there. Ubenya you do quam. You do for you. Hot nako pibito. Na Emma with piano and yet day. When you mean ya, you can your cocoon uncle for Eka.
Down with your communication. You all enjoy Uduba. That's Samu spices. One in the essence, no hi. I'm taking the Dariaga. Samu spices in a Sabi, Daddy so say. Samu spices. Samu spices. Nyama chicken.
Samu spices. In Sanaka in Kitswa, measure 10 grams. Your chicken, spaghetti, garlic and ginger, stew, can jollof, any flavors. Alpha Bebre.
Samu spices. Yes, Saka.
FDIJ Jadian Kratuatum.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Monsieur Freddy Calico, just call me cockroach. Now, Monsieur Freddy once now. Hey, that's you. Improve car. Yeah. Captain Mosquito, double the action. Me did Sasso spray. Monsieur Freddy Sasso quell. Yeah, go to my Sasso.
Tom Preko.
My line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, and who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to a mammy mouthful. Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is several buying, and man is swing, and a sansu mama hotel so I will beg you.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me.
So help me God.
Honorable member.
The investigation is that the OSP will charge the following persons with various corruption and corruption-related offenses before the end of November 2025. 1. Kenneth Nanayao Oforiatta, former Minister of Finance. 2. Ernest Akori, chef de cabinet to Kenneth Nanayao Oforiatta as Minister of Finance. 3. Emmanuel Kofi Nti, former Commissioner General of Ghana Revenue Authority. 4. Amishadai Owusu-Amoah, former Commissioner General of Ghana Revenue Authority. 5. Isaac Krentzel, former Commissioner of the Customs Division of Ghana Revenue Authority and General Manager of Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited. 6. Kwejo Damwa, former Commissioner of the Customs Division of Ghana Revenue Authority and Member of Parliament for German South constituency. As part of the process, the OSP will seek to recover the financial loss caused to the Republic from the persons listed above. Also, the OSP will recover a total amount of 125 million cedis from SML by way of a disgorgement of unjust enrichment of overpayment by the return of the benefit of this amount it obtained unfairly at the expense of the Republic. This amount was arrived on 2 considerations. First, the participation of SML in the public revenue assurance regime was based on largely undeserved automatic payments detached from performance. Second, the figure was adjusted on a quantum meru basis. This is a legal doctrine that developed the English common law as a form of implied contract or quasi-contract to ensure that the person who conferred a benefit on another received compensation, even when no valid contract existed. The courts introduced the doctrine as an equitable remedy to prevent unjust arrangement, recognizing that fairness sometimes required payment even without an enforceable agreement. In the present context, the OSP configured the doctrine in respect of adjusting the fair value of the investments made by SML in pursuance of performing its obligations under the various contracts, even where the contracts were procured unlawfully and even where services were minimally performed or not performed at all. Early June, I think it was 10 June, we carried out further searches and seizures at 2 offices of SML, one in Accra in Osu and one in Tema. And there we retrieved computer servers and hard drives that had to be subject.
You're still live in Good Morning Ghana on Metro Television, extended version. We're grateful to management for the extension. Felix Ofosu-Kwakye is still here with us, Minister of State in charge of Government Communications, spokesperson for the President, and also Dr. Bernard Okuboi, former MP and also a medical doctor and former Minister for Health under the Etwa Nado Dankwa Akufo administration. So let's try and wrap up on this and move to our next episode. In conclusion, what are you saying?
You know, Moro, I wouldn't like to drag it too much.
Okay.
I largely started to speak about this because, with all due respect, the way Honorable Akando presented it, as if this was some mess or scam.
Okay.
And let me quickly remind viewers that the contract that was signed by the NDC administration during the time of Honorable Alex Segbefia and operated for 9 months under the NDC is virtually the same contract or structure that was extended in the country nationwide rollout, where Lightwave made the offering that I would use my unique software to help you build the infrastructure which you own, the data which you own. But this unique product, which gives me the competitive edge over my other IT colleagues, is not something I'm handing over to you. So it was the same thing that operated for 9 months, and it was the same thing that we used also for the past 8 years. And we did it, by the time I left the Ministry of Health, every data that Lightwave owned was for us. Anything I wanted to see, I could see. And with all due respect, if anybody has identified some behavior by directors or people in Lightwave, I believe that when you hold public office, you have to use official processes to resolve it. And fortunately for us, the contract mentions in a clause on conflicts or disputes that go for a third party mediation. With all the humbly, I also want to quickly make one revelation here. In fact, it's not a revelation. I've mentioned it and I'll repeat that the Ghana Health Information Management Systems is not a public entity. System. It is that of a private company. And since Phyllis is here, it will do this government a lot of good if we are bold to come forth with the name of the private company, the terms on which they were engaged, and the processes that were used to engage them, whether it was under sole sourcing or it was under restricted tendering. If it's also the case that they've settled on this company and would be going for a retroactive approval, Ghanaians should be told how they arrived at this on this company, especially when, with my knowledge, and again, Phyllis was able to say some things that he knows, which are privileged information. I also have some few privileged information. This company has always been asking for the job of Lightwave for the past 8 years. So if immediately there is dispute, they come in to step in and do the job, we must be careful that it is not, with all due respect, some arrangement that might not give us value for money. Secondly, it's important to mention that Felix, with all his experience in governance, knows that in public administration, when you conduct an audit, which content you are willing to carry to the press and to the nation, before you reach the level where you are now, promulgating or publicizing the content of the audit tomorrow, one requirement, which is a very necessary condition, is that even if you will not believe the comments of the one you have audited, you have to give them the document so that they can respond to the issues you have raised. Okay. And it is a fact and it's on record that all the audits that Felix has mentioned, especially for the ones that was done in these past 10-11 months, they have declined to give the audit, whether draft or final, to the vendor to make some. Okay. And I'm saying this because if the vendor had responded, maybe it would have given us a very global approach. And then finally, I believe that the 25 million patients that entered Lightwave system, we can still get that data with little effort. The little effort is to get, it's obvious from the encounters Phyllis has narrated that there is, I don't know whether I should use bad blood, but there's been encounters between the key actors on both sides. It is possible that maybe when you hand this even over to, again, I mentioned the mediator, it is possible that a resolution can be achieved. A resolution doesn't mean they should continue to do the work, but it's to safeguard the interest and the investments we have made. Felix said something that, oh, they will use the half of the money on that. They want to use the infrastructure that has already been built by Lightwave. Now, even to work with hardware and software from different companies, these are all risks. Let's have a mediator who will make sure that all risks are reduced as much as possible, and that going forward, the relationship is such that anytime they have to come around and give us something, assuming now we know their software is not going to be used, but what about even the hardware? Okay. It's possible that something can happen. So, Moro, okay. I mean, we all want value for money for this country. We all want the best for this country. All we are saying is that in order not to be seen to be maybe anti-business, let us have fair means to reach the consensus that we always want to reach.
All right. As we speak, as far as we know, let's move on. And in fact, neither Lightwave nor Okoboy are making that claim. The government of Ghana has discharged its obligations under the contract. Okay. In all these arguments, no issue has been raised regarding the lack of payments to Lightwave. In fact, if it could be shown that the government of Ghana had outstanding payments to make to Lightwave, we won't be having this discussion. Okay. In fact, then Mr. Jabba can switch off the system as a means of protest to compel the government of Ghana to honor its obligation. That is not what we are talking about. Okay. We are talking about an entity whose contract the government of Ghana has elapsed, right, but is unwilling to fulfill the obligation of handing over control of the system that we've paid for. Okay. Moro, we did not pay 77 million so that we are at the mercy of an individual or his temperament. We pay 77 million, so we will own a system that enables us to manage the healthcare information of Ghanaians. Okay. As we speak, that is not the case.
Okay.
It is true that the infrastructure exists. There is some software on it, but we do not have the control that we should have for the money we have paid.
Okay.
That is at the heart of this matter.
Okay.
Because of that, a new system has had to be devised, making it impossible for one person to hold all of us to ransom. As for the name of the new entity and the contract, there's a procurement process currently ongoing. So it is not a secret. It is something that exists. It is something that will come to light. The minister has disclosed it.
Okay.
Except that the process has had to be sped up to save us from the current situation we have where people are suffering because of Mr. Jabe's temperament and his penchant to switch off the thing and hold everybody to ransom.
Okay.
Finally, too, the health minister is as cool as ice and his temperament has been on display. Everybody has seen it.
Okay.
He has indeed engaged and raised all these issues. It was on the basis of the audit that he demanded the administrative access at the meetings that he held with Mr. Jaba.
All right.
Otherwise, how would the minister have known these are outstanding matters?
Okay.
So the matters have been brought to Mr. Jaba's attention, except that he is unwilling to discuss any move forward unless he is given a new contract. When in fact the evidence shows that he was unable to deliver on the first contract to the level that the contract obliged him to do.
Okay.
So we as a government have drawn lessons.
All right.
We are going to ensure that we never get to this situation
Okay.
where Ghanaians suffer because of that. So when Akando speaks of a mess, the mess is inherent in not safeguarding our interests as a country,
Right.
not ensuring that our security is protected,
Okay.
and not ensuring
Okay.
that we have administrative control
Right.
over something that we've paid multiple amounts of millions for. That is at the crux of the matter.
Okay, so let me do this quickly.
Yeah.
So Richard Ahiagba, who's the Director of Communications of your party, he's just posted this on social media. So it says that we support the government's efforts to hold former government appointees accountable. However, we are concerned that the media engagement, or should I say the media pre-trials of Attorney General Dr. Dominic Ayene, are negatively influencing public opinion and creating a perception of guilt towards the accused. Contrary to the provisions of Article
let me explain. See, it is an
19
official
Constitution.
accusation against government, so I think I deserve the right. I have the right.
It's that this is
as
a
government
legitimate
spokesperson.
and fair concern, yet the government will not listen.
So, what was the legitimacy in what they did to Woyomi? When President Mahama, a former president, was subjected to the barrage of accusations by Godfrey. I mean, anybody who Googles it will see. Godfrey Dami said Mahama is government official one, and that he had done A, B, C, D, and for that reason he is being investigated. When he did that, where was Richard Ahiagba's sense of propriety? And let me also emphasize that the AG has done nothing more than to inform Ghanaians about the reason why he is taking action against certain individuals. Everything he has said has been in court. It is everything he has said actually is a matter of public record. The charges that he files, the documents that were circulated yesterday, are court documents.
Okay.
In fact, you can actually apply to the court
Right.
as a media organization for purpose of research that you need that charge. If the court deems your application meritorious, they will grant it.
All right.
So let nobody
I guess
behave
you
as
made
if
this point.
it is only a trial that can give rise to the discussion of issues that have happened. For 1 year, Woyome was on the lips of MP people. They composed songs. I have a terrible voice, so I can't sing. Others would have sang it, and Okoboy knows it. When they were doing that to Woyome, what were they thinking?
All right.
Why? Did Woyome not deserve his day in court?
Okay.
Did he not?
All right. So let's move on. Let's use the next 20 minutes to try and resolve this matter as well.
Sure.
This one has to do with some two bills that you are seeking to introduce in Parliament. And I've heard some digital rights experts and groups, and also, of course, some elements within the MPP, in fact, the minority. And I've also heard some CSOs, so some like Selam Abranti of Imani, who have expressed their revulsion and their disdain and their disquiet, so to speak, about these two bills. Now, one bill addresses issues of misinformation. So there's information, disinformation, and hate speech, and some other types of speeches. That's one bill. And then there's another one that deals with the Cybersecurity Authority and its amendment issues. And the persons who are being critical of this bill are saying that, look, this is draconian and is the type of bill that politicians can easily weaponize to sort of stifle dissent and to roll back these decades of democracy that we've all enjoyed. And so you would have to have a complete rethink about these bills. Of course, we're being told that it's under some kind of consultation. You know, stakeholders are being consulted left, right, center. But the bill in its current form, it's not what we should be encouraging. What is the philosophy driving this whole idea?
Pamolo, you see, it is precisely because the bill will require fine-tuning that the stakeholder consultation is being done.
Right.
That is the whole idea of molding the bill into something that we all accept. You see, there are simple facts. The truth is that we have entered a new age of media, where through technology, the frontiers of speech are being expanded. We all know that it has very useful purposes. It helps. For instance, in the past, if I wanted to issue a statement, I would have to bring a hard copy to you. And then if you are magnanimous enough, you will read it to the hearing of viewers. If you are not in the mood, it gets buried. But now, I put a statement on my Facebook page, my X account page, and it goes viral. Everybody sees it. In fact, sometimes you in the traditional media actually have to curl your reports from what I've posted. So there's no filter. It gets to people. We also do know that precisely because of the widespread nature of this technology and its wide reach, it is being subjected to abuse by certain individuals. And every government has a responsibility to protect its citizens from that kind of abuse. As I sit here, I'm an MP. There are people who have cloned my accounts. Several of them. Every day I get a complaint of how somebody has been duped in my name. Because people can clone my account, use a fake account to extort money from people, and create the impression that I'm the one behind it. So then it gives people confidence that it must be legitimate. That happens. There are people who deliberately spread disinformation with a view to damaging other people's reputations or sowing seeds of confusion in society. Let me give you an example. There's an entity called Ghana Today, which I can state is an MPP creation. What they did is that there was an old Ministry of Education Facebook page, which had about 40,000 followers. They just changed the credentials and called it Ghana Today. They put out deliberate falsehood and disinformation about people all the time. And this is operated by the MPP. We actually have an idea of who actually is behind it. And very soon it will be closed in on. They put out information that they know to be false. That creates panic and needlessly destroys people's reputation, even before you have the opportunity to respond. That kind of thing cannot be condoned. So if you are putting out accurate information, you are doing it ethically, you should not have any fear of any legislation. So the bill says that you are simply not allowed, for instance, to create a false social media account to spread falsehood about Molo. This is reasonable. It does not in any way infringe upon your right to air your views. For instance, if you said that I, as government communication minister, is hopelessly incompetent, who will come and arrest you for it? And that I should be dismissed. I'm utterly useless. I don't know my job. Who will dismiss you for it? Today, who will arrest you for it? Okoboy has criticized us. He says that we are overstating the achievements and that it is not unusual. It's a criticism of our conduct. Ahiagba has just posted something criticizing us for the AG's handling of the cases that he is prosecuting. Who will go and arrest Richard Ahiagba for expressing such a view, for expressing such a criticism of the Attorney General? But if Richard Ahiagba comes to put out information that he knows to be false, deliberately intended to create panic, it is a duty of law enforcement officials to look into it. And this happens everywhere in the world. This happens if you go and put up a Facebook post threatening somebody. Donald Trump, only a month ago, there's a lady who threatened to kill him, posted on social media, who has been jailed for doing so. And this is the most liberal democracy in the world. Of course, there may be elements of the act that may not necessarily meet with the expectations of the public. In fact, let me also disclose that only this week I have signed off to my office's contributions to that bill.
Oh, to this bill?
To this bill, exactly. Okay. So the consultation is going on. I signed it off because the ISD is the entity representing us on that matter. So they brought recommendations, which I perused and agreed with, and I have signed it off. So it's going to the Minister for Communication.
Did you have any disagreements with aspects of the bill?
No, there are not significant disagreements.
Okay.
Maybe it's the wording and the structuring and what we believe to be components that can enhance the efficacy of the bill. So I've highlighted it.
Are you fine with the cybersecurity courts that will be set up to deal with persons who...
Of course, but of course there are special courts
disinformation.
Special courts are created all the time.
Okay.
So if I set up on my own Facebook account, I threaten Okoboy with beheading Why should I go scot-free? That is clearly a crime. So in order that I don't go and add up to the clogged up court system, a special court is created so that we can deal with it expeditiously. There's nothing wrong with it. We have said, and the Ghanaian people accept it, that we will set up special courts to deal with Galamsey. We have spoken about bringing back the tribunals to speed up the prosecution of cases, to relieve the cost of the pressure that they are facing. I don't think anybody has a problem with that. You see, so let me assure that President Mahama is not interested in curbing anybody's right to free expression. Indeed, he is somebody who is actually often criticized by members of the NDC for being too tolerant of opponents. Manes Azuri is one of President Mahama's fiercest critics. About 2 months ago, the president allowed him access to his office to have a meeting with him.
The MPP says they've lived with this for 8 years. Why can't you?
Live with what?
They've lived with this disinformation, fake news for 8
But
years.
they themselves are primary purveyors of disinformation. I've told you about Ghana Today, which is an MPP outlet. In fact, I know for a fact, you recall that there was actually some research in the lead up to the 2024 elections, which showed that they actually had a troll facility, a troll house, where they were paying people to generate fake accounts to spread lies about people. The MPP had it. Okobo can't deny it. It is there. The expose was made. So they themselves are the prime purveyors of disinformation in this country. They know it. So it is surprising that, or it is not surprising, that they will be unhappy that these illicit activities will be addressed using law. But that law is not meant or targeted at people who offer criticism or even harsh, strident criticism of the president or the government. That is not the issue. It is those who use it to commit crimes, offenses. To the cybersecurity law, for instance, is meant to protect people from being needlessly extorted and exploited by miscreants, those who create false accounts to do people. It is supposed to keep them.
In fact, just this morning.
Sure.
You know Professor Duajimai?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Someone just sent me a text this morning, and I don't know if you've also received the same text message. But this is what the person writes, and you know, and I just this morning, it says, and it's from Professor Bafuwa Jimandia.
Yes.
It says, hello, good morning. Trust you're doing good. Can you transfer 10,000 cedis to 025-748-5339? You received it too?
It's a straight, in fact, for many months, Moro, for many months, and in opposition, I was a staff of President Mahama's office. For many months,
yes,
we had to contend with a text message that was making the rounds, that the office of former President Mahama at the time was organizing some promotion and was sending 1,000 Ghana cedis to people to help them out of poverty or something. And this message got forwarded several times. Yeah. In fact, the Cybersecurity Authority had caused to issue a statement cautioning people against this fraudulent activity. But it still went on. The people behind it were never sought after, and they were never dealt with, so that you don't do it. Currently, we've had to deal with an AI-generated video in which President Mahama is purported to be endorsing cryptocurrency or something. Completely fake. You know, but there are people behind these things who are using this. And when you do that, you're actually committing an offense. You are attempting to defraud people. You are using the image and personality of the president to lure people into some activity, which is fraudulent.
Okay.
So if the cybersecurity authorities get such a person and prosecute him through the force of law, they will go to a court. So a judge will determine your guilt or otherwise. I don't think that the intent behind it can be assailed. So of course, we agree that there may be portions that people disagree with.
Okay.
Eventually, it will come to parliament where the minority is present. It will be debated. It will be opened up for scrutiny. And all those sections that are problematic, they will be addressed, either amended or expanded entirely.
And briefly, do you disagree with those who also say that, fair enough, valid concerns, but there are already existing civil and administrative remedies that we can employ to deal or to address these concerns? You didn't have to, introduce these new laws, and that this one would land a lot of people in trouble.
The cybersecurity law actually exists. It exists. Yes. It's only an amendment.
Right.
The misinformation bill is something that had been worked on before we came to power. Right. I know that because ISB has been involved in it. In fact, UNDP and other organizations have been involved in crafting something to address that. It's a global phenomenon that many governments are worried about. But there's no specific law that addresses the emerging technologies and their misuse.
Okay.
So we need to strengthen existing law and fill in gaps by enacting new laws that address the abuse. Okay. And let me emphasize, it is abuse. If you go and post that the Ghanaians will vote against the NDC candidate in 2028 because we are a useless government, nobody will arrest you.
Okay.
However, if you go and post that President Mahama is organizing a giveaway, and so send your number or send some Momo amount to a certain number to qualify another. You are clearly abusing it. You are clearly committing a crime and should be dealt with.
Okay,
so that is what it is.
A very good friend, Nana Osafo of the United of the UP. He sends a message. He says that please ask Dr. Koboy what then is the essence of raising an observation during an audit. I think he's still referring to the light wave matter. Can he tell the reason for an exit conference during the end of an audit? These two activities give the organization being audited an opportunity to know and to make responses to issues. Now, what makes him think the issues are not known to the organization and do not know the issues? Then the audit wouldn't have been complete to even allow a report to be published. That's Nanayao. And also, Alhaji Suwari says that Moro, the NPP's 8 years in office, plunged the nation into serious challenges. The NDC is now working to reset Ghana into a path of progress and prosperity. It is therefore ironic that the very people who created the mess are now the loudest critics. They should give us a break. Honorable Akando should do what is best for Ghana and should not allow the NPP to distract him. Prosper Shiko is back. Unyami, Prosper. Okoboy sounds like the PRO of Lightwave. He has too much information. The more he diverges, the
I think
vulnerable
that he should stick to his role as minister and that of the government. He should leave any concern that Lightwave has.
No, he chooses how to address the issues.
But see, then people would then associate it with Lightwave. It should not be fair to him. All right. So it depends on how.
Doc,
this is.
I mean, after listening to him, you should be supporting the government's move, shouldn't you?
No. I mean,
to deal with fake news.
Oh, okay, but quickly.
Okay.
The one who sent the message.
Right.
The kind of audit he's talking about, which is the standard audit that an organization formally rise to.
Okay.
Its stakeholders and that's not what happened.
Okay.
Lightwave was not written to that you are being audited. As we speak, that's the reason why it's difficult for the minister to produce that audit. It didn't go through the exit conference on all this never happened.
Okay.
It's just a matter of I'm going to see what you do myself. I have a report with me. And I said, let's do things properly. Look, if you read the book, Why Nations Fail,
right.
The book tells you that it is communities or societies that are open to ideas that are able to normally grow in terms of economic growth. Those that stifle people's ideas and thoughts and comments end up becoming stale or dying in terms of growth with time. With all due respect, again, let me say that democracy is a kind of political system that is willing to tolerate the comments of a fool, no matter how reckless or stupid the comment is. But when the recklessness can disorganize society in terms of our harmony or in terms of how things are, by injuring someone, their reputation, or causing chaos, the place for remedy is not at the police station or is not in a cell. It is in a civil court. That's the West. Civil court where the person will be treated like someone who is dealing with a civil case. It is at that forum that you can be either surcharged, sanctioned, or whatever. But you try as much as possible not to put people in handcuffs for comments that they have made. And in studying speech, comments, intent, and all that, it is not straightforward to tell where the line is between a comment that was meant to be harsh at somebody and that was meant to actually hurt the person. And that's why if you, the administrator of the society, as in the government, thinks that this has harmful consequences, send it to the courts where it is no longer in your domain. You see, I keep on saying this thing. When you appear at the court as a government, you are going to a third party. That thing is at the heart of fairness. But I always cringe when I see administrations that govern society, like a government, wanting to say that largely I will tell that you've done wrong. And you see, I'm not saying this law, they will say I will tell. But immediately the law is such that they can arrest you first, detain you before charging you. The shame you face, the detentions you go through, by the time they even appear before the platform, they've done enough damage to you that it is inconsequential what happens in the courts. And look, if you are in government today, if it takes 30 years, you leave government. So always be interested in making sure that anything that can be abused is stopped as early as possible. I don't know where this law is coming from. But if the NDC is convinced that all the laws we have are good enough to make the noose around our neck in terms of behave yourself tight enough, you wouldn't add an extra layer. An extra layer means that you want to tighten the noose. Let's be careful. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but it is easy for a leader who is not tolerant to go under the guise of some two people are misbehaving and passing a law that cuts all. I don't have the details. My prayer is that, and he quoted Trump, there are very serious things happening in America that out of 100 presidents, only one will try to do. Trump is an outlier. Only few presidents can sue a network and say that pay me this amount. They come and settle before you even talk to them. Only few presidents will tell a journalist, you are stupid, move here, I'm not even talking. He's an outlier. What you try to do, even if you are young democracy, is to look at the gold standard. Don't go and quote places where, because you have a leader who has his issues, people easily are paraded and all that. No, I don't remember the last president that charged a former, let's say, FBI director on issues and things like that. So, with all due respect, whatever is being done, and you see, two things happen to you when you don't listen. The last time Dr. Nyawuta Maklo said something on, is it TV3 or something, very powerful. He said, if you're a government official, listen to what the callers and texters are saying. It is coming from the ground. If you are I've seen social media people complaining. If you are bringing a law that is sort of trying to identify who is saying what and what, the question is that why are you interested in that? The people who voted for you or the public is telling you, you are looking for us to come after us. You say, no, I'm not coming after you. I don't know if you do what you want to do, you risk two things. Society progressively becomes silent or unscribable. People don't write. People put it in their head. Or the reverse is that you have what happens in certain countries where the Gen Zs and the rest, when they think their leader is trying to suppress them, they go on the streets. Or the last one is people keep quiet. When it comes to elections, if they are not happy, they come at you. So a word to the wise enough, you can be confident about what you are doing, but just be careful that you don't tighten the noose around people's neck. And secondly, just be careful that you don't treat people like criminals in trying to define or find out in the courts whether what they've said. No, Moro, imagine if you tell me that, doctor, appear in the court tomorrow because you said something on Metro. If I know I have to drive to a court with my lawyer, they listen to my case, go home, and I know that the law doesn't put you in jail, even getting a lawyer is enough punishment. You know, there are some things once you start going through, and that's why it's used in civilized organizations. You even driving to a court is enough deterrence that next time when you are writing, think of it. But with all due respect, what I've seen over the past few weeks is that the processes engaged in previous laws, oh, you said something that they have some formal law, famous law, public, distress public peace. The kind of things you go through, even before you appear before a judge, it is even better for you if you didn't go through any process. So
let me ask you this. Okay.
Yes.
You agree in principle that we have a problem. We have a problem with disinformation and the spreading of fake news. That you agree?
Of course.
Your problem is how we're dealing with it.
No.
How we're addressing it.
Yes, two main things are important.
Now, if the existing laws were sufficient to deal with the problem of fake news, and I'm sure that you have perhaps, I don't recall, but I'm sure you have been a victim of fake news. Yeah. If the sufficient laws were enough, okay, why do you think that this fake news problem is getting out of hands? And don't you think that as a responsible government, they ought to do something about it? We can criticize some aspects of the bill, but don't you think that the fact that the government wants to do something about it is a good move?
There are certain things you must stomach and be willing to receive when you're a public officer. In fact, most of those things will not even come to when you're a private person.
Right.
The point I want to make is that democracy, which allows both the wise and the fool, you see, you take two extremes. So, there are some things that when I hear from some people, even if it's against me, first thing I'll think is that what's your level of education? Some people don't even have the cognitive power to understand what they are even saying.
Yes.
So we are all not the same in terms of our capacity. So if you are in charge of the whole country, know that the wise man will speak, in quote, a fool will also speak. You don't tell the fool to shut up because he's speaking nonsense, but you must categorize him. All I'm saying is that if you are going after a criminal, who will have a problem with if you are going after a criminal? But where speeches or thoughts are against someone or an entity, obviously against, and in coming to answer whether you are wrong or not, look at the two girls who were brought from Ashanti region. They had to be moved from one region to Accra, put in cells for 2 weeks, and in all that process, they are not been declared guilty. It's now that a judge was supposed to determine whether they get bail or not. 2 weeks in cells, 2 young girls in this country, and for Christ's sake, they are not taking a gun to shoot anybody. Right. They are not used a knife, but they had said something that government was now going to a court for the court to determine whether it was against the law or before the law. My issue is that if 2 girls can be brought from Ashanti region, not for having used a knife, but having put forward speech, kept in cells for 2 weeks before a judge says that go home as we continue the case. If I have to speak now, I will not be surprised if the case is lying somewhere, it's not good. You realize that if you can't conclude on such a case and it's still ongoing, someone might think that maybe your interest was showing them where power lies. So these are legitimate concerns, because tomorrow if the table changes and I'm told that Felix has been invited because he wrote something on Facebook, in the meantime, whilst the judge is considering, the thing is so alarming that he should be in remand for 1 week. The so alarming is still the comment of the one handling the case, who largely is being controlled by an appointee. Anytime you see that something can be abused to hurt your brother, start to protect yourself by speaking against it.
Right.
I rest my case.
I make an intervention. You see, let me emphasize that nobody seeks to curtail anybody's right to free speech. And I've given you specific instances. The girls he spoke about said, one, they were going to ensure the killing of President Mahama. When they are done, they will behead the First Lady. It is not speech, it is the threat of a crime. If I sit here and I tell Okoboy, I will kill you, I have committed a crime, even though I'm speaking. It cannot be allowed. When Kennedy Japan asked that guns should attack Ashantis, it was not speech. He was committing a crime by inciting people to violence. It is that kind of activity that the law.
He says tolerate it.
No, but how do you? No. But how do you tolerate? Look, how do you tolerate a situation where an MP, a highly influential person, calls on one ethnic group to attack another, when you know that that kind of thing can lead to genocide, it can lead to conflict. So laws are made for it. You cannot live in a chaotic society. But if Kennedy Japan said that President Mahama was incompetent, was hopeless, should be voted against, or there should be essential motion in Parliament brought against him, or impeachment proceedings should start, who will? There's a CPP activist who says he has petitioned Parliament to impeach President Mahama over Galamsey, it's Wayo or something. Who has arrested him for saying that? But when you clearly commit an offense by threatening another person, by going to use creating a fake account, because you know what you are saying is not desirable and it's against the law, you want to hide your identity, hide behind anonymity to commit a crime, the law must deal with you. Look, Okoboy is here speaking about the need for tolerance and allowing free speech. You know Bongo ideas. There's a boy who I'm sure is not even 30 years old yet. He said some despicable things about Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo some time ago. As for him, they didn't even take him to court. They abducted him. NSB officials abducted him, subjected him to torture, took control of his gadgets, and made it impossible for him to have access to it again, because he said unsavory things about the former First Lady. If such a person is arrested lawfully by law enforcement officials and taken to court, and the court determines that he is guilty or not guilty, at least due process would have been used. But they kidnapped him, which is extrajudicial activity, for saying things about the former First Lady. Your friend Bobby Ansah, there was some land around cantonments. He claimed that that land belonged to Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo and the former Second Lady, Hajia Samira Bawumia. For saying that, when we came to power, he was still standing trial. In fact, I don't even know whether the case is still pending. For spreading misinformation to cause fear and panic. That's the charge they leveled against him. This was under the MPP. So again, you even wonder, the MP people complaining now, what standard they are even using, Moro, to assess the situation. They were willing to kidnap people. Moro, you heard about the Edubuahin case. The lady who is the airport services manager of Emirates, who denied Edubuahin boarding rights because he was late. You saw that she was kidnapped. Was he not kidnapped? Right. Extrajudicial activity, because actually it is not an offense to deny somebody boarding rights when they are late. For doing that, she was kidnapped the next day or so by law enforcement officials who acted extrajudicial. It is not that kind of abuse that we are talking about. Again, the process will be transparent and fair. Because when you say that because you are brought to court, a certain punitive measure would have been imposed on you, then we should scrap the entire law enforcement system. Because in fact, the truth is that as I sit here, there was a day that I woke up and a complete falsehood that I had gone to buy 2 houses in the aftermath of the 2016 elections. They attributed the claim to Mr. Rawlings. Because of that, do you know that the OSP actually penciled me down for investigation?
Really?
Because of that falsehood. They said all those things about me. Did they not? It was a complete lie. In fact, Mr. Rawlings didn't even mention my name, but Oko Boys communicators in the MPP, they orchestrated this character assassination against me. So the special prosecutor published the list of cases he was investigating, and my name was there because of this lie. Indeed, my father, who is resident in the United Kingdom, actually called to find out whether indeed I had procured such houses and had not told him. My wife actually woke me up at dawn to question me on that allegation. I have been to places where people didn't know I was there, and the matter was being discussed. People swore that I owned those houses. And this was done by NPP people. So they caused me all that reputational damage. And I tolerated it. Borrow. So the same people cannot turn around and say that something untoward has happened when government is trying to legislate such that the abuse, and these are new media platforms, the structures are in place to address issues involving traditional media. Then the defamation and what have you, people use it as and when they please. I may choose to disregard it. But when you hide behind social media to spread disinformation, you go and pick videos of some youth brandishing sophisticated weapons in another country and say that it is Ghana and that an imminent attack is about to happen. Look, there are people who are stoking the Boko conflict, who are describing people belonging to either side as animals who need to be murdered, who need to be killed, who need to be slaughtered. And I'm sure you've picked up those sentiments. In fact, there was an operation that has not been disclosed yet of people who were actually picked up because they were trapped and picked up because they were inciting, seeking to stop the flames, the embers of conflict in Boko, by using exceptionally incendiary language. Every law enforcement authority anywhere in the world should retain the capability to address these excesses through lawful means, because we are not going to kidnap people for saying so. We will go through a certain legal process so that a properly constituted court determines your guilt or otherwise. That is what happens to everybody. Everybody who has been accused of a crime. Look, the gentleman who is accused of killing his friend, every time he goes to court, you see what happens. Armed officials have to escort him. In fact, people want to lynch him. Has anybody pronounced him guilty of any offense? It's only an accusation against him by the state, based on what the state perceives to be evidence. The matter is in court, but every day he goes to court, you see the treatment he endures. His pictures are, he is handcuffed, and law enforcement officials have to protect him. They have to bring the vehicle very close to the entrance so that the family of the murder victim are baying for his blood. He's not a politician. It has nothing to do with politics. But this is what he's going through, because the law prescribes that has to. But the law is there for a reason. It is to ensure sanity. Otherwise, there should be no laws. We should live in a jungle. So you can't live in a society that is not regulated.
Guy has actually done what is done.
No. He has been accused. No, okay, it's the same principle.
But the act,
the
accusation,
it has happened.
Of the action, yes, there are two different.
No. If you let me land, if you let me land, you see, there are different offenses. I'm sure, Moro, you know that there are some countries where anti-Semitism is a crime.
Right.
There are countries where today, if you deny the Holocaust, it's a crime. It is what you say. The example I gave about Trump, it is not an extreme. It is not happening because Trump didn't take the woman to court. It was U.S. law enforcement officials who did it, because you simply are not allowed to threaten anybody with
death. We shouldn't drag it.
No, I'm not. You see, it is important. It is important to address this. Right. And I'm raising it so that the impression is not created.
We are going to 12.
Don't worry, the impression is not created that merely because you criticize government or you don't like government. I am a fierce critic of the MPP. I'm a fierce critic of President. But we've also tolerated all the criticism that you. Why? Ayagba's criticism has it not been tolerated?
Yeah.
So there is criticism. No, there is criticism, and then there is abuse and the commission of a crime.
Okay.
You can commit a crime by what you say. Moro, if we live in this society and we allow for somebody to say that kill all Evers, kill all guns, what kind of society are we going to build? Is it acceptable speech? Is it acceptable conduct?
Point one. I guess point is point one way.
All I'm saying is that if speech is injurious to the society, in advanced democracies, in medicine we have something we call when you are talking about treatment for any disease, the lecturer will ask you what is the gold standard. It means there might be other treatment, but there's always one, which is the model for all.
Right.
I said the gold standard in democratic institutions, civilized communities, that speech is treated through the civil procedure.
All right.
And it is
No. Threat of death is speech. If I say today,
listen carefully. Listen.
No, I beg you. If I say today that I will kill you, it is speech, but it is an offense. You understand me?
Because, like I said, cognitive powers are different. You can have someone who is, let's say, in my community, Teshi, whose capacity is not like me. You go like, Phyllis, Magbele. He said, will kill Phyllis. Meanwhile, he himself, he doesn't have what it takes to kill a fowl. So in advanced community, what they do is that if the one in charge of the society thinks that this guy, he is not like Okoboy's person, he has guns, he has money, the society will produce
if you don't look into it, how do you determine that? So you look into it.
The capacity will be determined.
Yes, but the court has to determine that.
But that's what I'm saying.
Look, the court can come to a conclusion. The court can come to a conclusion that yes, this guy spoke, but he doesn't have capacity, so I'll throw the case out. Yes, but let an authority determine that.
That process, the process is such that in advanced communities, the police wouldn't come to your house and put your handcuffs. They would let you know that report yourself, you've been charged. Go appear before this court next week. That is all I'm saying.
But that is really all persons.
But what we are seeing, if you have done it like that,
all persons charged with offences in Ghana go through the same. You are first arrested and given bail. From the murderer to the person who commits last.
We might be saying the same.
They go through the same thing.
In an advanced community, they would have please. But why are you not? You are not patient. They would have.
Well, I'm sorry that I have to.
Yeah, they would have been.
I disagree with what you are saying.
Let's say you get a letter that you posted this. Go to Metro Police Station. You will be charged. You appear before court on Monday on what you've said. You see the procedure. So they are not paraded before people put in handcuffs, sent on remand. No. See, these are the things done to a criminal. The guy who raped someone in UK. The way he was treated, because you raped, the thing you are being accused of.
It is still an accusation. It is still an accusation.
See the two different treatments.
That's not different. It's still an accusation.
So these TikTok girls, again, let me come to go.
It's an accusation.
In a civilized society where democracy is very well entrenched, they would have been seamlessly. They will go themselves. They've been charged. They appear before court. What's the
first? You first need to locate them.
How do you fault the government for the publicity that came with that arrest?
You forget the publicity.
Exactly. It's a media.
I'm saying that they will not be put in police vans in handcuffs, sent to. Now, as we speak, unless I get counter information. Up to now, the case has not been determined. As in a judge,
so you get. But the case against Eduboy has not been determined. Has it? It has not been determined.
I mean,
listen. As for the law enforcement process, it is a standard. Everybody goes through it. Look, there are people.
All people are not.
No.
When you meet
no, it's not true.
If you have an armed robber who has
in his view, it was a bit high-handed. The way the other, how do you call it, the guys who threatened the life of the president, in his view, you
are talking about a process.
I'm not
saying the fact that listen. That one is it may be fair criticism. Listen,
we are building a community.
It may be a high-handed approach. It may be fair criticism that you are leveling.
Yes.
Granted.
Yes.
But the fact that if you say what the girl said, you have committed an offense, and law enforcement.
I don't think he disagrees with that.
Then there's no issue really.
If somebody says they'll kill the president,
exactly, there's no issue.
Will it really matter who they are?
Moro, if I said I will kill you, despite my status, I will be picked up by law enforcement, as I should.
Let's do this in just 10 minutes.
Yes.
In just 10 minutes. In just 10 minutes. I mean, Ken Ofori-Atta has finally been charged. So who expects to prosecute Ofori-Atta for this over SMS deal? The Joshua Bedi-Akukum of the Daily Graphic is reporting that the Office of the Special Prosecutor has indicated that it will prosecute 6 former senior public officials, including the former Minister of Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta, for their alleged roles in what it describes as the unlawful and wasteful engagement of Strategic Mobilization Ghana Limited in revenue assurance contracts with the Ghana Revenue Authority. The prosecutions are expected to start before the end of November 2025, following what the OSP describes as overwhelming evidence of procurement irregularities, poor value for money outcomes, and undeserved payments to the company. The other officials to be charged are the chef de cabinet to Ken Ofori-Atta as Minister of Finance, Ernest Akori, a former Commissioner General of the GRA, Emmanuel Kofinti, former Commissioner General of the GRA, Amishadai Owusu Amua, former Commissioner of the Customs Division, current General Manager of SML, Isaac Rental, and the former Commissioner of the Customs Division and current Member of Parliament for German South, Kwejo Damoa. Now, addressing the news conference in Accra today, the Special Prosecutor, Kisi Ejabin, said the 6 would face corruption and corruption-related charges, and that his office would seek to recover financial losses caused to the country through the controversial SML contract. Just briefly, 5 minutes each, so that we can go because we don't have all day. 5 minutes each.
Yeah, well, for me, I mean, the special
just 5 minutes each.
So he should just get on with it. That's all. I mean, if he says he has evidence, he's a law enforcement official. I mean, despite whatever views you may have about the existence of the office and how he carries himself, he is still a law enforcement official. Under existing Ghanaian law, he has a right to do what he's doing. So if he says he has evidence, he can proceed to do what has to be done. Of course, people are getting concerned that there's a bit more talk than actual action. It's also unclear at this stage as to the level of cooperation he has given the Attorney General to cause Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta's extradition. Indeed, there are legal experts who have suggested that he doesn't even need Mr. Ofori-Atta to be present. He can proceed to charge him in absentia and prosecute him in absentia. So these are options open to him. Without that, in the absence of that, I don't think there's anything more.
He also took advantage of yesterday's presser to basically to dismiss or to set the record straight on his relationship with the Attorney General.
But I'm not sure that anybody, in terms of their personal relationship, anybody has talked about it. It's about a professional relationship.
Yes. Good. Last week, a lot of the newspapers were, you check the news, check the headlines.
I don't think that we focus. I don't think we focus. I suspect that is about a professional rift rather than a personal. I don't see why they will have any personal. But the Attorney General has said that he needs a full docket because you see again, there are standards in the society where we seek to bring Mr. Ofori-Atta back from are pretty high. Because of the tendency for governments to abuse their mandate and abuse laws and all that, they look out for clear evidence of wrongdoing in order to cooperate. Indeed, we demand same. In the case of the gentlemen that were extradited for alleged involvement in carjacking and the car theft and what have you, they brought us a comprehensive docket backed by clear evidence of what they believe has gone wrong before the Ghanaian authorities were convinced enough to cooperate with them.
Okay.
So they also demand same.
Okay.
So I hear that he says he has sent an extradition packet. I don't know what that means. Whether a packet is the same as a docket. Perhaps he needs to clarify.
Okay.
The Attorney General says, bring me the docket. Let me see what you have. And then on that basis, I can proceed to engage the American authorities to bring Mr. Ofori-Atta to this jurisdiction for us. I think it's a fairly straightforward demand.
Okay.
Which should be met, in my honest view.
So Maxwell says it's amazing. Maxwell from Accra says that is Honorable Felix saying that there are no laws already in existence that can deal with such offenders, and that it would only take a new law to be passed to deal with such issues. He should kindly read Section 76 of the Electronic Communications Act on false communication. For me, the danger with the law they seek to enact is seeking to give both prosecutorial powers and judgment powers to just one body. And it says it defeats the principle of one cannot be a judge in his own cause. That's nemo judice.
But how is the Cyber Security Authority going to judge people? They'll take you to court.
In Kosaswa. It says, more, I can tell you that our laws are very sufficient to deal with all these misinformation, disinformation issues. All we need is a commitment to apply those laws. We don't need further laws to deal with it. And it says, please, Moro, ask Honorable Felix if Azoka was picked up or was invited by the police at his own pace to come and answer questions on his comment about making sure that there is a by-election at Apanyomakin constituency. This is what Honorable Okoboy is talking about.
Was Godfrey picked up? No, Molo. Godfrey has had a recent entanglement this year. Was he picked up? Was he picked up? Was he not invited?
Let me do this because
so why are they suggesting selectivity?
So ED is back. ED from Adenta is back, and he says that please tell Dr. Otogobo and his colleagues in the MPP that the higher they try to climb, the more clearer the circumstances of their the circumference of their something becomes. They ravished the state Ghana so badly, and should rather feel scandalized than their current posturing and the disrespect. Ghanaians are getting sick and tired of their pomposity and their arrogance. Is he a beneficiary of such blah blah blah? They should wait. Time would surely tell. And this one here says, Fatau sends a message. Says, good morning. Please ask Dr. Okoboy his opinion on the U.S. Embassy communique on be careful of what you write or say on social media. Your visa can even be cancelled, and yet you are not listened to first to determine your level of education. That's a very interesting question. Now, this one here from... so, Kojotu Mwafu is back. Kojotu Mwafu says, so he says, Dr. Okoboy, you have freedom of speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. With right come responsibilities. You are still yelping. Go to court. I'm happy you are now acknowledging that malicious arrest and prosecutions discombobulates just more than those for whom it is intended. They don't will be discombobulate. Don't mess. Discombobulate. Yeah.
Is it the dictionary?
This actually
you should have spoken up when some of us were being arrested and detained capriciously. Were you listening to public sentiment? Were you in power? So were you not in power?
Can you use it in financial?
No, right, I doubt. You FIC.
No, but he's not going to use your financial discussion. He's going to use this way a political discussion.
So Nana Asafo is back. It says audit is audit. The SOPs are standard across. Whether private or, so I think SOPs is a standard operating procedure. Whether private or government oriented, whether forensic or fiscal period, audit, the procedures are the same. So he disagrees with you, which is fine. Now, this one here from Papa Bisu. Papa, your message is very long, but it says part of correction on Lightwave. They were never originators of that software. Fact, under Dr. Alex Lewefi as Minister of Health, that software was brought on board, but then the MPP government, either unknown to them or pretending not to know, that software was there, allowed Lightwave with an insider to play a fast one on the health ministry. Investigations needed, please, and prosecution must follow. Papa Bisu from Spintex sends that message. Now, Peter T. from Shukura says that Moro, Okoboy should give us a break. He's manipulated a system he claimed he was an expert at health minister under his former boss, Nana Baumia, unproductive, bad administration, and they blah blah resources that were supposed to have been used for the purpose they intended for, like the La Community Hospital funds which they diverted into MPP 2024 election, blah blah blah. He should tell the people of La how he blah blah blah. Peter, when you are making allegations, please, you must come with some facts. I beg you, Papa, Peter T. Now, Alfred Kojo Tradle says, good morning, Moro, and to your cherished viewers. It's quite interesting once again to hear from the OSP concerning the prosecution of Ken Ofori-Atta and others. I am of the view that the OSP is very sluggish and he's not helping matters. The MPP administration that just left power were very blah, blah, blah. And Oral did a very good work that could have seen more MPP party faithfuls, government functionaries and others in prison by now. But the OSP sat down to watch the former finance minister leave this country. Moro, it's not amazing to hear that an appointee of the MPP and their spouse are charged for stealing. As for the MPP, never again. That's from Tradles. Now, Carlos from Odododio, he sends the message and says that the issues concerning our health minister and the health centers across the country show that the MPP has done a great disservice to the state. Some of us are waiting for the arrest and prosecution of blah 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 and his former boss. Please ask him if he has been invited or yet, invited or not, to be blah blah blah. Just check the corruption cases. These are the only side sectors, not even the main ministries. If we go there, it will be something else. Carlos from Odododio, and he said it's always about Ghana, and they go ahead and they keep stealing from the country. This is what they do. They have completely collapsed the nation. These people should have been blah 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 long time ago. Okay, now Mohammed Awal. Oh, Mohammed, good to know that you're tuned in. Eben from Kwabenya says the era of singing Ankwa Noma is over, Mr. OSP. So if you think the job is too difficult, or you better resign for the office to be closed. Since the creation of the office of the OSP, it has become of no use to the taxpayer. So the earlier we close it, the better. Greetings to an honorable MC Agbo of Ghana East, TDC boss Courage Makafu Nonekbeku. That's from Carlos from Odododio. Oh my God, the messages such as too many. Now, this one says that Alaji, I've heard you. I've just seen your message. Okay, don't worry, I won't mention your name. Okay, so Desmond, who is the managing editor of the Catalyst newspaper, says, when a fake account is used to spread fake news about me, what capacity do I have as an individual to investigate the person behind the act? The state definitely must come to my aid. I disagree with Dr. Oko Boy. I'm sorry, the other message is Evans Dinko from Garu says, good morning, Mora. I'm tempted to believe that Akufo-Addo Bawumia-led government has a password of the public purse, which the former President Nicodemusly passed to his appointees and taught them how to loot the public purse. Why should the President make a categorical statement that I will protect the public purse on his swearing-in day, and then goes further to meet his appointees at a later date and ask them whoever thinks of making money in his government should resign and go to the private sector, but then fails to stop all these blah, blah, blah. So Musa, that's my final message. Musa Abatwa in Asawasi says, President Mahama is doing a remarkable job with growth across all sectors, but the next crucial step is holding corrupt officials from the Akufo-Addo and Bawumia era accountable, because it's so sickening hearing how they misappropriated public funds. The true national renewal depends on justice and transparency. In regards to the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra. So this is how far I can go. The messages are just too many. Yeah. Boss.
Yeah, so I conclude with Magdan.
Ken Ofori-Atta.
Oh, as for the Ken Ofori-Atta, I'll defer to government spokesperson. Whatever advice he has given, I would concur. He should do his work. He will end up in court, and then all parties will have their day in court.
Right.
But I conclude with some thanksgiving to Kojo Chungwaf.
Okay.
Apparently, he has looked into the issues of Magdan and Richard Quay,
Okay.
Nyama Quay.
Okay.
And apparently, I have this news from one of the sites that the Ghana Financial Intelligence Center has officially cleared Magdan and Richard Quay of any wrongdoing.
Okay.
After their accounts were previously frozen for suspected financial crimes. I've done some projects with Magdan, usually community projects, and I've seen Richard also do a lot of outreach, especially in these coastal communities where you have rural, urban poverty. Urban, how do they call it?
Peri-urban.
Yes, poverty. So, for those aspects of their work, there are people that I usually am fond of.
Okay.
So let me thank Kojo for unfreezing the accounts. I'm sure some will go into charity work in some of these coastal communities.
Okay.
I thank you for having me.
All right, Doc. Thank you.
Thanks for having me too.
And it's been wonderful having the two of you join us, and we're hoping that sometime next week, Friday.
And let me thank Paul Adom. It appears now this is.
No. It's not for Paul. It's not for Paul. It's not for Paul.
He seeded it to you.
It's not for Paul. You know, apparently.
For any time let me tell you, anytime you are not in town.
Yes.
Then you give me chance to come and
You know, the second deputy speaker of parliament is watching the show, and he's just
Honorable
Andreas Isiamwa Mako, yes.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Isiamwa.
Yes, so apparently he's just he said say good morning to the gentleman in the studio, but a good morning to you tomorrow. He says, I trust you're doing very well. Yesterday, my mother was called to eternity.
Oh,
yes. He says she's called Comfort Dia Mwako. She died at her home at Adansu Wioso, I believe so, near Obuase. And so,
it's a funeral from one arm of government.
I know. It's a very powerful
I'm sure today in Parliament.
Yeah, you eulogize. Yes. So our heartfelt commiserations to you and the family. We hope that she finds herself at the bosom of the Lord. And but please take heart. Take heart. This is your mother we're talking about. Mothers are very special, you know. Anyway, Dr. Oko.
That's what I mean.
That's what it's a thankless job. It's a thankless job.
Nick Pakpo, very good friend. We used to. Nick Pakpo, Charlie, takes a long time. I mean, he's a very good friend of mine. My younger brother who
always thank him for his father's paid for.
Mothers
are the things we pay for.
Yeah. So this one, I don't know what esteemed Pastor Isaac. So which one is it? So Kiki, what is it about him? Oh, today's his birthday. Okay, so esteemed Pastor Isaac Asamoah, thank you for your commitment to the work of the ministry. We love and appreciate you dearly. I'm told today, October 31, you're celebrating your birthday, and it's coming from. Is it a media team of his church? Yeah, the media team of your church. Where happy birthday to you. Is it Reverend Bishop? What is it? It's just Pastor Isaac Asamoah. Okay, Pastor Isaac Asamoah today. And then Kujochun is back. He says he have to read this one before I go. Otherwise, he will invite me to FIC. Charlie. Please let the public know that the work was done months ago. Nominally, we have 7 days. Okay, so normally we have 7 days to complete investigations. After a freeze, it's now being reported. So it's an old filler, but it's now that the information is out. So, Felix, thank you so very much for your time. Our regards to the president and the presidency and everybody else. And we didn't get to talk about the military guy who misbehaved. Apparently, he was. But
I think that the military has taken swift action.
Yes. That's
sorry to take that. That's why I have a position that we don't have to allow security agencies to exact retribution without recourse to do it. You recall that, is it last year or the year before?
Yeah.
There was this military raid on Ashaiman in response to some attacks on some military persons.
Yeah.
I recall seeing videos of mistreatment of the residents of Ashaiman. There was essentially collective punishment. And I
we
posted
don't even know the outcome of that issue.
I don't even know. In fact, I remember posting the pictures and caution against supporting this kind of activity. I came under a barrage of attacks. You see, what happens is that indiscipline can be frustrating sometimes. If you are not careful, it will no. This one is an extrajudicial process. You see, if they had gone to a shaman and arrested suspects and brought them to police custody and taken them to court, that is due process. But here, everybody they saw in a shaman, they asked to kneel down, they asked to squat and mistreated them. You see, the moment you do that, you allow for some of these things to happen. People begin to feel that they are superhuman, and so they react in the ways that we saw the military official react. But I think that the military has acted very swiftly, and they will take appropriate action going forward, hopefully, to ensure that
how much was involved? He said he was charged 50 citizens or 25.
No, it's obvious that it is not the amount per se. Something may have triggered that kind of response, but whatever it is, it was not acceptable. It doesn't matter what the woman said.
This military guy is mentally sound.
Well, that may be too sweeping a statement at this stage, too. But the point is that no matter what the lady said, or no matter what the issue was, his actions could not have been justified. It is not justifiable under any circumstances.
Felix Ofosu Kwakye is MP and also Minister of State in charge of government communication and the spokesperson for the president. I want to thank him once again for joining us on the show. As I did indicate the last time that Felix is going to be a regular on Friday, unless for some reason he's unable to be here, and it could be varied. Maybe he's traveling with the president, or he's unwell, God forbid, or he has to go to constituency, he's urgent, but whatever it is. Under normal circumstances,
unless Paul is
no, as for you, no, wait.
Unless he's not in town.
What we can,
I'll be here unless
what we can easily change is that seat. You know this particular seat. It's either Paul or yourself. Yes. You know.
It's for neutrals or
Felix, if he can't make it, usually will be Kujocho Buafu for Fridays. Anyway, thank you very much for your time, Dr. Oko, Bernard Oko, boy, medical doctor and politician. Have a good day. Thanks for watching Good Morning Ghana on Metro Television. Assalamu alaikum and Juma Mubarak. Let's meet at the mosque at 12:30. Bye-bye.
Enua victory garlic mixture na watini dinatiati ni say na edro ni tie na no kwasem ne say edro wi adwuma ye titru pa ne say ebeboa ananna ne srade e wo ni padua ni mu ntin mu ama